Day we retired that song.
Yeah, it's super rapey.
And
Trans hate.
yeah, and also it violates our rule of no parody songs and no novelty songs, and it really is a novelty song, and it's very rapey, and
Yeah.
So Tone Loc.
It's Tone
There you
Loc's
go.
birthday. That's
Anthony Terrell Smith, get in here. You get it. His mother managed a retirement home.
oh, really?
Yeah,
Well,
in Los Angeles. His father was not around. So
You know, so I apologize for that opening number. Because you know what we could have done
what?
Gina?
on this day in 1984, Grammy Award for Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group. Yamo be there.
No,
That actually would have been better than what we just
Oh
played.
yeah,
I hate to say it.
yeah, it would have. It would have. By the way, Katie, put me down the list of opening songs that I like or don't like. That song, I can't stand.
Maybe she can delete it from the system. Maybe she
Accidentally.
Can,
Yeah.
and replace it with Yamo be there. A positive, uplifting. You know, I'm here for you. We're buddies, and I'm here for you all the way.
And Gina, I'm sorry that I didn't like the opening number today. I'm really sorry, and I apologize. You want to yell at me for it?
No,
You don't like
not
anything
at
we
all.
pick.
Not at all.
Oh, are you sure?
Well, it's a doggone shame, but never too late for change.
Yeah, I don't.
Here we go.
Just wait. Here it's coming.
All right.
Reach out and call his name. His name. Mama,
We apologize
Yamo
for
be
the
there.
we apologize for the religious overtones of that song, but we're trying to cleanse the palate from Tone Loc.
Heavenly Father, watch us walk. Surely that song shows up in the Mormon the road shows. Surely
Yeah.
They don't do road shows anymore, Gina.
I don't know what they do.
And
And
they also
Dino.
have been. It's also been known to call their deity Yamo.
Yeah,
Yeah, that doesn't
yes,
happen.
it's the Mormon god Yamo.
Yamo.
Yeah, standing for Yah Mormon.
Heavenly Father. What?
Yeah, no, Gina, it's
No.
you
I
know
bet
nothing.
sometime.
You know nothing about Mormonism, and really nothing about Catholicism either. When it comes right down to
What
it.
I'm learning. Yeah.
True. You know what I Googled yesterday? I swear to God what I Googled.
Oh, wait a minute! You just swore to God, so
I
it's got to
swear
be
to
true.
God.
It's got to be true because, yeah.
I swear. Onion rings near me.
So that because
Wait
she
a
can
minute.
have onion rings, but she
minute.
can't have French fries. She gave up
It's a
French
different
fries for
thing.
Lent.
I didn't give
That's-
up onion rings. Onion rings near me was
Is it any
in
wonder?
my Google search.
Is it any wonder so many young people are falling away from their faiths
You are so weak of spirit.
when they, you know?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's been 2 days since I've had a drink. I've got 38 more days to go.
Onion rings aren't French fries. It's a totally different thing.
Vizzy isn't alcohol. Yes, it is. And onion rings are.
I didn't give up fried foods. I gave up French fries. It's a different thing.
You are so weak. What a weak person.
I found them too, onion rings.
Oh, I'm sure you did. You know, really has pretty good onion rings. I don't like their French fries, but it's Crown Burger. I don't like
Yeah,
their
they have
French
good-
fries, but
they
they
have
have
good
pretty
onion
good
rings.
onion rings.
Wait a minute. Yeah, somebody just pointed out to me, Gina, you could have fries on Sunday according to your own rules. You couldn't wait until Sunday?
Yeah.
You had to go the first day.
Didn't go.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a completely different food.
Well,
First day.
did you go get onion rings?
You bet I did. At Warren's in Ogden.
Blaine
That's
says
what was
that,
near me.
Blaine says onion rings are the methadone of French fries. I'm not allowing that.
That's pretty good.
That's my
Blaine.
sign off today, by the way.
That's pretty good,
Onion
Blaine.
rings are the methadone of French fries.
So
Blaine
Gina
gets
picked the
some
Tone Loc song, and she's
I'm
already
sorry. I am sorry.
And she's already,
This is just-
finding ways to cheat on her
I've-
Lenten behavior.
I have no faith. No faith at all anymore.
You had it, and now it's
Well,
gone.
listen, I don't have any faith, and I'm going to adhere to Lent. So how about that? I have no faith at all.
In anything? Do you have faith in anything?
Yeah, I must have. Yeah. I have faith that if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. That's my faith.
Okay, here's the question.
Yeah.
Potato chips, where do they land, Gina?
They're not French fries.
Oh,
They're
a
not.
fried potato. You are not making
They're-
things...
Tater tots. How about tater tots?
Huh.
Yeah.
Tater tots are a little closer to fries.
But they're not French fries.
They're
Think about it, Gina. You can have plates of onion rings
Tater
and
tots
tater tots
near
and
me.
potato
You know
chips.
what? If you went to a British fish and chip shop,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, those
they're
little
called
you
chips
go.
there.
Yeah. Perfect.
It's just,
Yeah.
this is so...
There are all kinds of ways that you can.
Workarounds. They're called workarounds.
Yeah, ways that you can demonstrate that you are weak of spirit, and that's fine with me, because I knew it.
Oh.
French
Somebody
fries
says, I
near
work at a
me.
Catholic school, and Gina sounds like a typical Catholic during Lent to me.
I'm sure that's true. Yeah.
All right.
It is funny. Religious workarounds are amusing,
Sure.
aren't they? I know. LDS teenagers have all kinds of workarounds.
Yamo, be there, Bill.
Okay, yeah, we won't talk about that. I guess we ought to officially begin the program if we can. 877-602-9696. That's a phone number. And if you use it, you will be in touch with us here on the Radio from Hell show. We'd like you to check in with us in the morning, early in the morning. Just kind of let us know what's going on. Are any of you out there, did any of you give up anything for Lent? Gina gave up French fries, and I've said I will not have a drop of alcohol for 40 days. Did anybody else out there give up something for Lent? 877-602-9696.
Did you miss the...
Now, I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy, because he's right out. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees, and he said, I'm right at, he said, can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask, and if you guys don't mind if I bring him in for a minute. Just, he wanted to say hi.
Well,
Okay.
is it safe? I mean,
Well, can I see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't
him.
see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrey's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's
no,
that's Chainsaw
is that your
Guy
house?
At my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Here, let me-
Hi,
there.
Chainsaw Guy.
There. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know,
Well,
people have been telling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I say, well, you just get a chainsaw. You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger. As a one-legged tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, chainsaw guy?
I don't know, do I? I'm not sure if I do or
Because I have
not.
a question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask a question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, chainsaw guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw guy, what should I do?
Well, pretty simple. All you have to do is do it first, and you get your away. And then you take a line of clothes, and then you wear the fabric. And then you get the breeze, and you put it around the water, and then you take it down. And then, if you can't get it in, and then you down the floor, and you get back out there, and you say, and then you turn it around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, chainsaw guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw guy, I'm just curious because I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
Oh, I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
It's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Mm-hmm. Well,
No, it's not Halloween already. That just
No,
depresses
but-
me.
there's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. In Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had to walk that back because they realized
Because
that
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Mm.
All right, it is 6:17. Let's get this over with.
That was Tone Loc's follow-up to Funky Cold Medina, wasn't it?
Palate cleanser. That's
Yeah.
palate.
Let's officially begin the show, and then your check-ins, 877-602-9696. We'd love to hear from you. Just a little touch in the morning, a little hello, what you doing. You can also text 33986. Do we have a sponsor for the beginning, Gina?
We do. Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for upcoming summer semester. Visit them at nightingale.edu.
The moon is now moving toward full. It's a waxing moon. Not much of it out there, though. It's just 1% of full. We'll have a full moon on March 18th. The moon will rise today at 7:50 a.m. Today being Thursday. It's the third day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2022.
Ding.
It's the third day of Lent, and day 3 that I, Bill Allred, is going to endure going without alcoholic beverages. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrey Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer. Hi, Katie. And we have helping out in the producer's booth, Cameron Diaz and Miriam. It is National Canadian Bacon Day today.
Mm.
And I don't know why we here in the good old US of A take any notice of something that's that's part of the Canadian heritage.
Do they call it Canadian bacon,
Yes.
or do they just call it bacon?
Second of all, why do they call it Canadian bacon? Because it's not bacon. Good old American bacon. Each slice is full of heart-stopping pork fat. Canadian bacon is like, it's ham. It's little round
Slice of
slices
ham.
of flavorless ham. And you know why? Canadian bacon comes from the loin of the pig. American bacon from the belly. That's where bacon should come from, the belly. So join with us on Denounce Canadian Bacon Day. Made me mad when I read
We
that.
need to send troops to the border to free Canadian bacon.
No,
Tyranny.
to keep it from coming in the country. We don't want it
Tyranny.
here. 877-602-9696. Hello? Hello? Anybody? No?
We have texts.
A lot of text check-ins, yeah. We got, let's see.
Listener Leslie gave up plastic water bottles for Lent. That's a good thing to give up.
Okay.
Should give them up permanently.
Minnesota Atheist here for Lent. I'm giving up clothes.
Oh.
Clothes I don't need. Donate
Oh,
them
okay,
to
all
a-
right.
to a Lutheran nonprofit.
I gave up swearing, someone texted in. I gave up being a Catholic for Lent. Oh.
Well, there you go.
Wow. Our friend Sid has given up hope for Lent.
No, Sid, don't
Sid.
do that.
Sid, there's always hope.
There's a texter. I'm making up for Bill's alcoholic abstinence. I'm giving up sobriety for Lent. We need to keep the demand for bourbon consistent so that the liquor store does not think they can pull back on inventory levels. Boy,
That's
the
true.
truth.
That's true. I've been a big supporter of that over the last few years.
Someone says, I'm giving up listening to you guys for Lent because the show has gotten too political.
Well, and we bum people out.
Yeah,
It's a noted, like everything we've talked about today so far in the first, 3 minutes of the show, it's all been politics.
Oh, yeah.
Every bit of it, politics.
I gave up matcha green tea lattes from Starbucks, and I'm not even Catholic.
Wow, what'd you do that for?
Johnny B checking in. There's so little things in life that I find pleasurable. I don't want to give up on any of them. Here's one. I've given up on self-denial.
If you'd like to call, you can. 877-602-9696.
I've given up my will to love for Lent. Wow.
No, don't
wow.
do that.
Love
Teacher
is all
Emily.
you need.
Teacher Emily checking in. I've given up soda and cola, but I'm still drinking sparkling water. I think that's all right. It's just water.
All right, Chef Roy checking in. I don't think Gina's French fries should count, but she should try giving up fried food or fast food altogether. There are too many
Do you want me to starve?
How
Chef
long have you been
Roy?
listening to the show, Roy?
that she could go to.
Yeah.
I'm massaging my own arms. Super painful, but thank you for being my great distraction from the pain.
What?
Okay.
Why are you in pain? I don't.
Let's see. Steve from Salem checking in. Have a great day. I'm giving up Lent for Lent. So,
Giving
more
up
Lent.
Lent or Lent.
Teacher Emily, I'm giving up soda/cola, but I'm still drinking sparkling waters.
Right.
Well,
No, that's fine. It's water.
Giving up my narcissistic girlfriend for Lent. It's not all about you. I have given up all of my craps to give.
yeah. Let's see. I still didn't fully escape Catholic Church until college, but that guilt still rears its ugly head for years.
Oh, sure. It's embedded. You could do like the kids do when they say, I'm giving up broccoli for Lent. They don't want to eat broccoli anyway.
Do you think this is a real text? Bill is so brave for giving up his drink. I am
Yes.
super proud of him.
I don't think that's sarcastic at all.
I don't.
that's
I think it's somebody
sincere.
being sarcastic.
I
You,
think it's-
Carrey texted that, didn't you? Carrey.
Check the number. Our attorney Ed Brass, I'm giving up the law for Lent.
Don't do it, Ed. People need you.
Onion rings gives you 2 servings of veggie, onion and wheat.
See? It's a health
Really?
food.
Really?
Onion rings near me.
By the way, how were the onion rings
They
from
were really good.
from which one? Dillon's? No.
Warren's.
Warren's. Dillon's is the offshoot, right?
Yeah, they're the same thing, though.
No, there was a family squabble, as I recall.
Is that right?
Yeah. And Dylan, the son or something, split off from Warren's.
I used to love the mushroom burger at Warren's. Back in those days when we were up in Ogden.
Yeah. It was Warren's right there on Riverdale Road and where it meets Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was something else before that when I was a kid growing up in Ogden. I forget. No, it wasn't Combe's. I can't remember, but it started out as, and KLO, the radio station in Ogden, used to have a radio booth, a glass booth at that joint, that hamburger joint. Yeah, and you could go, and they would broadcast like every Friday and Saturday night. And you could go to the glass booth and
I didn't
request
know that.
songs.
That's cool.
Yeah, and I think the DJ, the guy on the radio, actually had a couple of turntables. He spun the records in there as well. And yeah, that was really interesting, really
That's
cool.
a cool idea.
Yeah, that's when KLO was the only O in Ogden.
Let's see. I know that Gina would never try this, but I discovered crispy air-fried tofu this week.
Oh, my daughter loves that.
I think it would be a game changer as we're trying to eat healthier. What type of tofu do you use, Andrew? Which firmness?
It's got to be extra firm, probably.
Which firmness?
That's what I'm thinking. It's got to be the.
Yeah, well, we got an air fryer, and now my kid loves tofu and puts it in the air fryer all the time. Nice and crispy, and then it's got a nice soft inside. I don't particularly go for tofu. I'm not a tofu person, but they like it.
The extra firm tofu fried up in a kind of a wok situation.
Sure, yeah.
I don't even know. This is the first I'm hearing that there are varied firmnesses of tofu that you can get.
Yeah,
I'm not even aware of that.
There's silken tofu, which is almost liquidy, and then there's soft and firm, extra firm. It just has the water content of it, and if it's extra firm, it's easier to fry and
manipulate.
Yeah. Now, Andrew says you go extra firm, but you got to press it for a half hour.
Yeah, I got we have a tofu press. See, there's another thing you probably have never heard of, Gina. Tofu press.
Why do you have to press it?
Because you want to get the water out of it.
You want to get that firm texture.
Yeah, because it'll hold together if you want to fry it and use it as a meat substitute, for instance. Not that it tastes like meat; it tastes like tofu, but it's a good filling protein.
Tofu kind of takes on the flavors of everything that's around it.
Yeah, it doesn't really taste like much of anything itself.
Here's Sid. Vegetables in the air fryer is life-changing. Just try green beans. Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes.
I'll have to try that. Just put spray them with a little oil and put them in there. That'd be good.
All right. Let's see. Checking in. I'm not a Catholic, but did the whole Lent thing last month. I gave up coffee, alcohol, and my medications for over a month.
Oh, I don't know if you should give up your medications.
Check with your doctor.
Oh, a texter reminds me, that's right. The drive-in that is now Warren's, it went back a long time ago. It was Rusty's.
Rusty's.
Okay.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash northbound Main Street, 6 North in Tooele. It's blocking the right lane. Traffic is getting by on the left. And looks like that's it. Everything else is moving well. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras, and they are all green right now. So you should have no problem with your commute if you're leaving right this minute. If you leave and you see stuff on the road and you think, wow, friends of the program need to know about this, you can text it into us, 33986.
All right. Well, we will take a break. We will be back. We do have Geek News coming up. But at 7 o'clock, it's Beat Gina. And this time around, let's see, what's the trivia we got? Oh, Jim Carrey trivia.
We have a Radio from Hell coffee mug and Autorama or Autorama tickets, whichever you prefer.
You get your choice
of Autorama or Autorama.
Whether you want to go to the Autorama or the Autorama.
Yes.
Well, I'm old school, so I'm going to the Autorama.
I think they're happening concurrently.
Are they?
Yeah, they are.
I think they're happening at the same time in the same facility.
Yes.
I think.
You lousy Rama people over there.
Yeah, it could be dangerous this year.
It could.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have all that and more on the way. Stand by. Wendy's for breakfast. The drive-thru, I believe, is just opened up for breakfast, and you can get the hot honey chicken biscuit available only during breakfast hours at participating U.S. Wendy's. But you can also get the hot honey chicken in the sandwich form for lunch and for dinner. So you could have it conceivably 3 times a day, which is what I'm recommending right now. So the hot honey chicken sandwich, delicious. You got the hot honey sauce that they've just come up with. It's exactly what you think it is. It's delicious. Drizzle that over Wendy's signature spicy chicken filet. You can get that 3 different ways. And also then they throw in the applewood smoked bacon, which is always good. And then to make things even better, the melty pepper jack on top of that. And then they stack the tangy, crunchy dill chips right on top of your sandwich. Delicious. Put the top on. There you go. You got all the flavors, all the textures, everything is happening. And during breakfast time, this sandwich is served on a warm buttermilk biscuit. So hit the drive-thru at Wendy's.
How did you woo, or how were you wooed by your current spouse? How did you know they were, quote, the one? Thank you for considering my question.
It was the neoprene bustier. That's how I knew.
You should tell people about them. Don't just say that.
That's how I knew she was the one. It was the neoprene bustier she was wearing. I went, yeah, she's the one. Yeah, that's the one right there.
We were at a live studio audience up at the Einstein's Bagels in Olympus Cove.
Mm-hmm.
And she was there with her friends. I have to credit Artie Fufkin, actually.
Really?
Because I sat there, and Artie overheard me. I was like, yeah, I want to go and ask her out, but I just. And what was great is that she just didn't care. She was having none of it. She was tired. She was dragged there by her friends. She didn't care. And Artie said, well, you know what you do. You pass her a note.
Like in school.
Like in school. Yeah. That's immediately what I said. What, like in school? He goes, yeah, pass her a note. And I did pass her the note. This is I know this is weird, but, if you wouldn't mind, get coffee later.
Check this box,
yes or no? She still has the note.
Really?
Yeah. And it kind of went from there.
I was single at the time, and Mary Claire, my mother, said, well, are you dating anybody? No, I'm not dating. Well, are you? Are you talking to anybody? And I said, well, I've kind of been emailing with this guy from college.
For a year.
And she said, Joe Jones? She totally plucked his name out of the air. And I said, how did you know? And she said, because he was the best looking guy you went to school with. So Mary Claire knew he was the one before we ever went out on a date. We went out on a date and we were married 3 months later. It was, I guess you could say it was a year of wooing via email.
3 months. It took 3 months for his divorce to be final, right?
That's another story.
It finally pays off there with the 4 or
Murderville? Is that
Yeah.
Murderville,
No.
yeah.
Did you like that, Carrey?
I only watched one episode.
That's the one I watched. That one there with Conan. It was kind of spotty, I thought.
I'm not. I'm still not sold on it yet, but I'll give a couple more chance and see what happens.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's 6:35. We do have Geek News coming up, and then of course Beat Gina at 7:00 with Jim Carrey trivia. Because on this day, Ace Ventura: Pet Detective Jr. was released in 2009. No one likes that one.
One of my kids used to. That was his favorite movie. Watched it over and over and over.
But before we get to Geek News, do you have anything for us?
Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh.
Jimmy Kimmel is he's calling out Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, good. Sponsor that.
Locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and powersport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
I don't think Jimmy was, I didn't hear this bit, but I don't think he was actually being funny. I think because what he says is, well, I'll read it for you. Representatives Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course, heckled President Biden during his speech, yelling and chanting at various points. Quote, as irritating as their behavior was, we do have freedom of speech in this country, Kimmel said, which means that I can remind you that Lauren Boebert is married to a guy who went to jail for showing his penis to a teenager in a bowling alley.
That is true.
Court documents obtained last year by the New York Post found Jason Boebert had pleaded guilty to public indecency and lewd exposure, but Kimmel was not done. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she spent last weekend speaking at a conference organized by a pro-Putin white nationalist. Klan mom, this woman has so many issues when it comes to people wearing masks, but when it comes to people wearing hoods, she doesn't have any issue at all.
Nope.
Yeah, that's Jimmy Kimmel. And I don't know if people laughed at it or because it seems
it's true.
It's pretty serious. Yeah. So things in Ukraine not getting any better certainly, and certainly not getting any better for our precious celebrity Sean Penn. He has left Ukraine. He says he escaped on foot. Sean Penn was in the country making a documentary about Russia's invasion. Well, if he's making a documentary about Russia's invasion, you would think he'd stay there and document the invasion. But
get a little too real for him?
Yeah, I think so. He said he and 2 colleagues abandoned their car on the side of the road and walked miles, so that could be anywhere from 2 to
50?
To the Polish border. Almost all the cars in this photo carry women and children only, most without any sign of luggage, and a car their only possession of value, he wrote, sharing an image of a long line of cars. Hundreds of thousands of refugees have fled Ukraine into neighboring countries. At least 280,000 have gone into Poland, mostly women and children, because the Ukrainian men have been the government is almost demanding that they stay behind to fight. They haven't really conscripted them, but I heard an account of one Ukrainian man. He was at the border with his wife and kids, and the Ukrainian border guard said, "You have to stay here.
Yeah,
your kids, your wife and kids, please, but you have to stay here."
Yeah. It's not official conscription. It's people men between this age and this age have to stay.
And he didn't want to. He didn't want to, but he did. Sean Penn was praised by Ukrainian president's office on Thursday for his work doing the documentary, which included meetings with the deputy prime minister, journalists, and military personnel. Quote, Sean Penn demonstrates the courage that many others, especially Western politicians, lack, said President Zelensky's office on Facebook. The director specifically and specially came to Kiev to record all the events that are currently happening in Ukraine and tell the world the truth about Russia's invasion. Sean Penn was also in Ukraine in November, kind of preparing to do. So maybe they got the work done that they wanted to do on the documentary. 15,000 people are sheltering in Kiev's subway sleeping there at night. There are mattresses and plastic food bags all over. Mothers, it says mothers are searching endlessly on their phones for news of the war. Officials in Kiev said as many as 15,000 people, including many children, have taken refuge in the subway system to escape bombing and artillery fire as Russian forces advance on the capital. They have to do this so that they're not killed by Russian weapons for no reason.
Yeah. Absolutely no reason.
So these women and children hiding in the subway. I've been scoured the news to find any evidence of them attacking Russia in some way, or these women and children assassinating Russian officials. I haven't found anything. So, as far as I can tell, no.
It's Putin's
reason.
ego. That is why this is happening.
2,000 Ukraine civilians have been killed in the 7 days. Many of them are women and children. Ukraine's state emergency service reported 2,000 civilians had been killed, but that couldn't be immediately verified. There were some talks on Monday, but they apparently went nowhere. They did agree. Well, they agreed to have another meeting. So that's something. You have to have a meeting.
What?
You have to have a meeting and discuss the fact that you are being an aggressor, and you're killing innocent people. So.
I think that the Russian response to those meetings has been yes, and that's why they're not going anywhere.
Well, all that tells me is that they're good at improvisation. Former President Donald Trump may have broken some laws. The January 6th committee says. The panel said there is enough evidence to suggest that the former president might have engaged in a criminal conspiracy as he fought to remain in office. In a court filing in a civil case in California, the committee's lawyers, for the first time, laid out their theory of a potential criminal case against Trump. They said that they had accumulated evidence demonstrating that conservative lawyer John Eastman and other allies of Donald Trump could be charged with criminal violations, including obstructing an official proceeding of Congress and conspiracy to defraud the American people. The filing also said that the men might have broken a common law statute against fraud through Mr. Trump's repeated lies that the election had been stolen. But there is evidence that Eastman was talking to Trump way in advance, days in advance of the January 6th insurrection, about the possibility of that happening and talking about it in, as they put it, very blunt terms, that there could be violence and be ready for it.
Yeah. Eastman claims that I can't give you this information because I was his attorney at the time, attorney-client privilege, and they're saying, well, no, if you're plotting a crime with your attorney, you can't.
Well, and the paperwork he gave them to show, see, I was his official attorney. Yeah. It wasn't signed by Donald Trump. He wasn't his official attorney.
So they think that in these communications, they need to prove that Trump was aware that there was no voter fraud, and they're pretty sure that they can do that.
One person now has pled guilty to sedition, and I think it's one of the Proud Boys.
Yes.
Now the
Oath Keepers.
Oath Keepers.
Is it Oath Keepers?
Yes.
Because I thought it was the main Proud Boy guy hasn't yet been in court, but they have evidence of him communicating with other members. I think it was the Proud Boys. Communicating with other members, at any rate, maybe Oath Keepers,
it's
saying
the Oath
things.
Keepers. There's a picture of him in a car with Roger Stone on the 6th. There's a picture of them sitting.
Well,
there.
but okay, that's on the 6th, but several weeks before, talking to other members, saying, "Make sure you're armed. This could get bloody. I think this is going to be real."
Yeah, it was both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. It was a planned coup. It was, make no mistake.
A road had to be temporarily closed up in Summit County, and residents were evacuated because they found what they're calling expired dynamite. in a home in Colville, apparently. According to the Park City Fire District, Hoytsville Road was closed near Creamery Lane and Hoyt Lane. How are people going to get their creamery if the road is closed?
Or their oats.
Yeah, due to the discovery of expired dynamite, the Salt Lake Bomb Squad was called in to detonate. No word here where the hell this but I don't know if it was a picture of the actual dynamite. I think it was. It was like a cartoon bundle of dynamite. You know how it's all tied together.
Yep.
Yeah, it looked like.
Did it say Acme on it?
Yeah.
No, you don't want to buy that Acme brand. That's,
Finding a place to live in Salt Lake City is tough. Residents are, whether you're buying or renting, we have right now a 2% vacancy rate. It should be like a healthy number is 5%, 5% vacancy rate. But there's a story here about a woman whose rent now, the landlords have said, here's your new rent. And it's 50% more than she was paying.
Good Lord.
And she said, I can't afford that. So she has to try and find a new place.
And with
but there's
2%,
no place.
Yeah, 2% vacancy rate and all the rent's too damn high.
Yeah. It's and when I think this was a story from Fox Television, when they contacted the landlord that raised the rate, the landlord said, well, we didn't break any laws.
That's always their answer.
We can do that.
Yeah, because the laws were written by landlords.
Yeah. And then finally this story, and we get to geek news. The moon our good friend the moon is going to get walloped.
Ooh.
3 tons of space junk is going to crash into the moon. It will probably carve out a crater that a huge crater that would fit several semi-tractor trailers if there were semi-tractor trailers on the moon. The leftover rocket will smash into the far side of the moon on Friday, tomorrow. It's in a place where telescopes can't see it happen, but they know it's there. It may take weeks or even months to confirm the impact through satellite images, as soon as we can get a satellite that flies around that side of the moon.
Is it going to set the moon off its orbit?
Well, that's what I'm afraid of.
Is this going to change the tides and your menstrual cycle and all
My
that?
menstrual cycle?
I don't have a menstrual cycle.
You will now.
I am past that age.
No, you'll have it.
You will
That's what happens when the moon goes away, baby.
Talk about my menstrual cycle. I don't. What I'm afraid of is that it'll actually bust a piece off of the moon, and it will start hurtling toward the Earth.
I saw that movie.
Yeah, it was just out, I think, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What was it called? A Piece of the Moon, or what was it called? I don't know.
Moonfall.
Here comes
yeah.
that moon.
Yeah, damned moon gonna fall. All right, that's it.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Donovan Mitchell had 37 points, and Mike Conley scored 9 points in overtime to help the Utah Jazz outlast the Houston Rockets 132-127 Wednesday night. It was a close one. We were nervous for a minute. Whew. But they pulled it out. This is their third straight win. 9 of the last 10 games they've won. So we'll see if they can keep that going tomorrow. They play the Pelicans at 6 p.m. And that's your sports. Weather, it could get up to 70 degrees today.
It could.
It could. Earliest recorded 70 degree on record in Salt Lake was in 1921 on this day. 70 degrees could be seen in Salt Lake and Ogden. Now, the official forecast is upper 60s, but it could get up to 70 degrees today. That's all going to change. We'll be about 30 degrees colder by the end of the weekend. Overnight tonight into tomorrow is when we start seeing cooler temperatures and rain and possibly snow in places. But could be very, very... It's a good eating lunch outside day today. Go to the park. Take the dog for a walk. All that stuff. Good day for all of that. Traffic, we have a crash northbound Main Street 6 North in Tooele City, blocking the right lane. Traffic is getting by on the left. And that's it. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras. Everything else seems to be green. If you're seeing something, though, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right. You can call now and line up to beat Gina if you'd like. 877-602-9696. It's Jim Carrey trivia today. And you could win, what do we have, Katie? We have a Radio from Hell coffee mug, I imagine. And do we have tickets to anything to give away?
We have either Autorama or Autorama tickets. Your choice.
Your choice of,
Your
okay.
choice.
And they'll be served up to you in that big old Radio from Hell Diner Side Edition coffee mug.
Yes.
So 877-602-9696. That's coming up at 7. You can call and line up now or take your chances and wait. Geek News now brought to you by...
New Year resolution, read more comics. This month, the epic comic series from Fiona Staples and Brian K. Vaughan, Saga, only at the Nerd Store at Valley Fair Mall and Dr. Bolt's in Mill Creek.
All right. And as always, a brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Okay, so Sean Mean's coming up at 8 o'clock. He's going to review movies for us, including The Batman, which is out this weekend, starring Robert Pattinson. And here's a fun little thing, something to keep in mind if you're planning on going to see The Batman in theaters. AMC Theaters planning to charge a higher ticket price for that movie.
Why would they do such a thing?
They are experimenting with variable pricing for films.
Do you get a better movie if you pay more? What? Are there deleted scenes or something?
Good question.
Well, I think they consider this a premium movie.
That's what
So
they're
gonna
thinking.
charge more for it. If it's a run-of-the-mill romantic comedy, they'll just regular.
Here's Adam Aarons, AMC CEO, and here's what he had to say. Currently, our prices for The Batman are slightly higher than the prices we're charging for other movies playing in the same theaters at the same time. This is all quite novel in the United States, but actually, AMC has been doing it for years in our European theaters. Indeed, in Europe, we charge a premium for the best seats in the house and just do it about all sellers of tickets in other industries. AMC has been a bold thinker in the area of pricing, one who is willing to take the risk and what, oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. You're charging more because you're,
Because you can.
Because you can, essentially. So keep that in mind. That check your pricing as you're going out oot and a boot to see The Batman this weekend. Now this, as I mentioned to you guys when we talked to Bill Frost on Mondays about TV, I spent all this past few weeks binging the Marvel Netflix shows so I could see them again. Mm-hmm. Because the notice came up from Netflix. We're removing them from Netflix at the end of February.
Yeah.
And so you reach out to Disney, comment, nothing. Crickets. Just, so you don't know where these shows are going to go or if they're going to resurface or what the deal is, right? Yeah. So I binged them all. Even the Defenders.
And in binging them, do you go, okay, yeah, this should come back. No, this can go away. Do you have
No, I just was watching them because I didn't know what their fates were. Mm-hmm. Well, then Disney released the day after, on March 1st. It's like, we couldn't tell you because it was still contractually, we couldn't speak. But March 1st, they says, yeah, those are our toys, and we're taking them back to our sandbox. Disney announced that the Netflix shows, we're talking about Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Punisher, Iron Fist, and Defenders, also ABC's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., will land on Disney+. The shows are going to be available March 16th on Disney+. Now, what you're saying to me is, hey, Carrey, these shows are very adult. Sure. Yes, they are. So they're going to be on Disney+? Yes, they are. Guess what? You're going to have to figure out how the parental controls work on your Disney+ app. The time has come.
It's probably not that hard.
It's probably not, no. The parental controls are already in effect in Europe, which include an option to add content restrictions for each profile, as well as add a pin to lock profiles. So in Europe, they started dropping some of these Disney shows, adult skewing type fare. I mean, nothing like Punisher, for example, but certainly adult type fare with this pin number situation. So there you go. They're gone from Netflix. They're coming back to Disney+. I forgot how good that first season of Jessica Jones is, though. So that was
excellent.
Good to remind myself. Now, Gina, again, I won't have time to tell you about Han Solo and Princess Leia spending their honeymoon on the Galactic Star Cruiser. But the Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel in Florida at Disney World opened this weekend as sort of a special presentation to influencers, people in media.
You can Instagram it and
exactly. They gave all this stuff away to these people, and naturally, being in media, they're the worst people of all. They immediately took the gifts that they were given and threw them up on eBay. Immediately. I mean, we're talking about we're talking about these prop lightsabers that start at $900. The lightsaber hilt is priced at $1,200 and up. Now, these were gifted to influencers, and they immediately turned around and threw them up on eBay.
But what I want to know is, what did they say about it? Is it worth $6,000?
The reviews were...
Explain what it is, Carrey. I read about it. Explain what it is.
It's a pretend spaceship. It's a hotel. You have to stay there for 2 days on this pretend spaceship. There are no windows that look out to the actual outside. Yeah. The windows give you a space pattern or ships flying by and all that. It's to make you think that you are on a galactic cruise ship for 2 days. Now, you can catch a shuttle and go to Batu, but it's all role-playing. So the people who work the shuttle, they all do this whole role-playing thing, and they encourage you to role-play with it, and there are games and things you can play. But the reviews from the influencers were, well, I suppose if you have the money. Most people don't. I mean, but they were hawking like these droids that they got, remote-controlled droids that retail for around $100. They started, because they're exclusives, they started listing them at like $900 on eBay. And let me just say this to Disney. Geek Show was not invited to this, but we would have waited at least 3 months to sell that stuff. We wouldn't have sold it right away. So I'm just saying, maybe you think next time you're inviting people to these sort of things. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
The only incident I'm seeing is this one in Tooele. Crash northbound Main Street 6 North, blocking the right lane. Traffic getting by on the left. Other than that, things are moving really well. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in any traffic alerts. No, but if you do see something, you want to share it, you can do that, 33986. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
All right. Let's get people lined up to beat Gina. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call to play. It's Jim Carrey trivia coming up because of an Ace Ventura movie. But it's not just Ace Ventura trivia. It's Jim Carrey, his career trivia.
Okay.
So that's all coming up. 877-602-9696. Call and you could win the Autorama tickets or with a Radio from Hell coffee mug. So call in now. 877-602-9696. KXRK Provo.
Yesterday I was at a business. I'll tell you, I was at a business called Total Health and Fitness, who I believe we're going to be doing some commercials for. So I'm out there talking to the folks and everything, and I get done with my business at Total Health and Fitness, which is in Draper on 123rd South, and I'm just about to leave the building where Total Health and Fitness is located. Okay. And a woman walks in and walks up to the desk and says to the lovely receptionist at Total Health and Fitness, "Hi, is this Total Health and Fitness?" To which the receptionist, being a nicer person than I am, said, "Why, yes, it is." And the woman said, "Oh, okay, good. I'd really like to apply for a job." Now, if it had been me as the receptionist, when she walked in and said,
"Yeah,
is this Total Health and Fitness?" And I probably would have been nice to a point and said, "Yes." And when she said, "Oh, good, I'd like to apply for a job," I would have said, "Don't bother."
Exactly.
Because you apparently can't read the signs all over the building. You didn't read the big sign over the door before you walked in. You didn't see the sign on 123rd South, blazing across the building, Total Health and Fitness. You didn't see that anywhere. I just as soon you not apply for a job. Thank you. Goodbye.
You think she was being ironic? Because the signs were everywhere?
No. The receptionist did say she's way nicer than I am, but it was probably true. I don't think she was just trying to be nice. She said, "Well, we're not hiring right now." I would have just said, "Don't bother." God. Oh, yeah. I'm just sitting there looking at this going, really? I'm not a nice person, though.
No, you're not.
No.
Alrighty then, it's time for Beat Gina, a radio game show that anyone can play, even the dumb and dumber. Now, I would be a liar if I told you this is a hard game. I promise you'll be able to play and win. And now, here he is today, clad in a suit made by Eternal Sunshine Fine Clothes for Fine Men in Midway, Utah, Carrey Jackson.
Clothes so fine you'll forget just specific parts of your life.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Let's see. We tossed a coin off the air to determine who would be our contestants, and we're going to go with Natalie. Hi, Natalie. Are you there?
Hi.
Hi, Natalie.
I am.
All right. Now, we've got Jim Carrey trivia for you and Gina, because Ace Ventura, Pet Detective Jr. was released on this day in 2009, the one that no one likes. But what we're going to do is we're going to toss a coin now to determine who goes first in the game. It will give you an advantage, so I'll let you call it heads or tails.
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says heads.
Oh.
Aha.
See there, heads. So
I
Gina
don't
goes
see an
first.
autorama in your future, Natalie.
So this first question, Natalie, is for Gina's to answer exclusively. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If she does not get it correct, you get a chance to answer it correctly and steal the point away. We'll go back and forth until one of you gets 3 points, and then we'll declare a winner. All right, so here we go. Jim Carrey trivia. Gina, first question. In Ace Ventura 2, which I'm sure you saw, In Ace Ventura 2, what type of animal is Jim Carrey afraid of? Is it A, a bat, B, a duck-billed platypus, C, a spoon-billed platypus,
Ooh.
or D, a chicken turtle?
See, here's the problem. Because this is a comedy, it would be a joke animal.
What's your answer, please, Ms. Barberi?
People say I
So
don't make these hard enough.
So what's the funniest animal? What's the best joke? I'm going to go duck-billed platypus.
Are you sure you don't want to go with spoon-billed platypus?
You can't help
Nope,
me. Don't
duck-bill?
help me.
Okay,
Don't
duck-bill
help
is
me.
incorrect, Gina. I'm
Okay.
terribly
Oh,
sorry.
Natalie, you get a chance to steal the question. I wonder what the answer could be.
Geez. Oh, this is a tough one. Is it spoon-billed platypus?
Incorrect, a bat.
Oh.
You guys overthought it. You
Oh,
overthought
dang
it.
it. See how you are.
All right. Natalie, you
Jerry,
control
you led
the
us
question.
astray.
It's 0-0, which, given the... it could remain at 0-0 for a while.
Could be.
All right, Natalie.
Natalie, your question. Which movie won Jim Carrey his first Golden Globe for Best Actor? Jim Carrey's first Golden Globe for Best Actor. Was it A, The Shining, B, Batman Forever, C, The Truman Show, or D, Fire Marshal Bill the movie?
Natalie?
See The Truman Show?
Truman,
The Truman
Show
Show?
is correct. Yes. thank
Yes.
you.
Natalie,
Okay.
you have 1 point. Gina, a chance to tie. Please do.
Please tie? Okay, I'll
Please
try.
tie.
I'm
I will
enjoying this.
Gina,
Yes.
every superhero has a secret identity, of course. It's who they really are. Spider-Man is Peter Parker. In the movie The Mask, the Mask is the hero. What is the name of Jim Carrey's character, the secret identity?
Okay.
Was it A, Hal Jordan, B, Stanley Ipkiss, C, Barry Allen, or D, Don Kirshner?
This is hard. I don't know. B, Stanley.
Stanley Ipkiss is
Yeah.
correct. Okay.
Oh,
That
it's
was a
1 to
total
1.
guess.
Oh, that's really exciting. Natalie, you control the question.
Natalie,
Okay. Yes.
who refuses to work with Jim Carrey ever again after the movie that they did together in 1995? Refuses to work with Jim Carrey ever again. Is it A, Tony Clifton, B, Andy Kaufman, C, Legrand Olivier, or D, Tommy Lee Jones?
Natalie?
Tommy Lee Jones.
Tommy Lee Jones is
It
correct.
is correct, Natalie. You forged ahead. It's
I
2
can
to
forge
1.
ahead. Let me forge ahead.
You
Okay.
have a chance to tie.
Gina,
Uh-huh.
Jim Carrey and several other comedians appeared on a limited edition collectible set of what?
Okay.
Jim Carrey and a bunch of other comedians, famous comedians, appeared in a limited collection set of what? Was it A, postage stamps, B, dinner plates, C, subpoenas, or D, a series of meditation videos? Jim Carrey's was called All Righty Zen.
Yes.
Postage stamp?
I just like the way she said that.
Yes, that's correct, Gina. You've tied the game. Dinner plates.
It could have been what?
The meditation, of course.
Could have been what, Gina? I want to know. What were you?
Could have been plates. It
You were
could have been-
teetering on collectible dinner plates. Okay, all right.
It's Natalie's turn, and she has a chance to win. Please do.
Listen, Gina, I'll send you some of my Star Trek collectible plates
Okay.
with Ben Sisko on them. All right. Okay. Is this Natalie's
Natalie.
question?
Natalie.
All right. Let's see. Natalie, What's the name of Jim Carrey's children's book from 2013? Yes, he wrote a children's book in 2013. What is the name of Jim Carrey's children's book? Is it A, How Roland Rolls, B, Stinky and Loaded with Danger, C, Don't Tell Your Parents, or D, I Was the Second Gunman on the Grassy Knoll?
Oh, my gosh, I have no idea. Can you tell me what A and B were again?
A was How Roland Rolls, and B was Stinky and Loaded with Danger.
I don't know. I'm going to say B.
Stinky and Loaded with Danger? That is incorrect. That is incorrect.
God. Gina.
Gina has a chance to steal the point. Will she win if she gets it?
Yes, she will win, and then we're going to remove teeth later on.
Wait, she'll tie, won't she?
Yeah.
Was this a tie?
No, it's tied right now.
It's tied right now.
Okay.
You need to answer to win.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
Is it How Roland Rolls?
How Roland Rolls
That
is
might
correct.
be it, yes.
Yeah.
It's Gina win the game. Dang it, Natalie. I'm afraid
Dang it, Natalie.
you've not won any prizes today, but we'll give you a parting gift for sure.
Well,
what do we have?
well,
Oh.
the parting gift will
Gina.
be the prizes, Natalie. I'm going to get you. You're so nice, Natalie. You've been a worthy
You are
opponent.
cute.
And I'm actually going to give you your choice, Natalie. You can either take the Autorama tickets or the Autorama tickets. Which would you like?
What's the difference?
Gina, don't do that.
Yeah,
Just
don't do that.
Give her the prize.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Listen, I have to go. I've got to have my suit fumigated.
Oh, okay. There you go. Thank you, Johnny. All right. Thank you so much. Hang on the line, Natalie.
Thank
We
you.
will get your information on how to get the mug and the tickets into your hands. Traffic, Gina, please.
There's a multi-vehicle crash on the exit ramp from eastbound I-80 to State Street. Cars are on the right shoulder there. And looks like that's the only accident that's being reported, at least by UDOT. Are you reporting one? Yes, you are. It's the same one. Thank you for sending that in. Fender bender involving 3 vehicles, I-80 eastbound at State Street exit. Thank you, whoever sent that in. Also, Teacher Kim says the Tooele crash is gone, all clear. Thank you. That's helpful when you let us know when things are cleared up as well. They both did that via text at 33986.
Okay, boners round 1 coming up. Here we go. We'll have boner candidate number 1 in a couple minutes, which is, it's true, I had an affair with the ISIS bride. Boner candidate number 2, is Tucker racist? You decide. And boner candidate number 3, Ronnie, you really are a bully.
Oh, I know what all 3 of these are. That is going to be a hard choice. Those are all 3. There's no gimme there. There's no throwaway candidate.
There's no throwaway candidate?
No.
Wow. Because I think I know one of them. The other 2 I don't know. Okay.
Yes, they're very hard. And Gina, you win the game.
Johnny, what are you doing back here?
So, my suit is all fumigated, and I'm back.
Well, that was fast. All right. Okay, then we will take a break, and we'll be back with your boners round 1 coming up after these. X96.
Well, thanks, Ben. Today's word is krenz. Spell it with me now. K-R-E-N-Z, krenz. And now we'll use it in some dialogue starring as Levar and Legrand, our 2 lovable Utah boys. Let's join them now as they eat burgers and watch kids playing at the McDonald's Playland. Again, the word is krenz.
Sure is fun to watch them little ones in the ball crawl, ain't it, Levar?
Sure is. Makes me wish I was a little tyke once again. We didn't have no ball crawls when I was a spud.
Oh, I know. Best we could do was use the rolled up socks from our sock drawer. Used to throw 'em in a kiddie pool and then crawl around in 'em.
I remember.
How's your burger?
Well, pretty good. How about your chicken noogies?
Oh, tasty. pretty smart way you figured out we could get these Happy Meals. They don't like us adults to order them for ourselves.
Damn betcha. Just tell them that your kids have gone over to the playland and you're ordering up for them. You know, them high school kids that work behind the counter don't give no rat's butt about it anyhow. They just serve them up.
You know, I think this is the best deal, too, because the Happy Meals always got surprise in them. A couple of months ago, I got a Catwoman core in mine.
Yeah, I was trying to collect all them Jurassic Park Happy Meal stuff. I didn't get the sick Triceratops, and I missed the Alan Grant figurine, too. That was when I was in court on that DUI.
I told you to quit drinking. Oh, hey, looky here in my Happy Meal. It's a McDonald's Land coloring book devoted to the adventures of Mayor McCheese. Ooh, boy, this coloring book even comes with a little box of crayons.
Oh, this is a box of crayons? I thought these was candies. Crap, I've been eating crayons. You know what, they ain't too bad. Hey, can I die from eating these crayons?
Well, in USA Today, there was a story the other day about how some crayons made in China is full of lead or some kind of radioactive material. I don't remember which. But if it's lead, I know that can cause brain damage.
Well, I hope there ain't no lead in these crayons. I hope they got some radioactive stuff in them instead. Then maybe I won't have to have this tumor operated on. Hey, you gonna eat your crayons?
Help yourself.
All right, it's 7:17. How is everyone?
My fingers smell like ham.
Why?
Because I just really quick had to make Mohammed a sandwich for lunch, and I didn't have time to wash my hands. So after I made
and
the
his
sandwich.
hands are broken, and he has no knowledge of sandwich making.
He couldn't make his own sandwich at all, possibly. It's
He
not
could.
Then why don't you have him do that?
Well, because my husband makes it for him every day, but he had to go to work early today, so I told him that I would make the sandwich.
That was not the question. My husband makes it for him every day. Why don't you have him make his own sandwich? You said he could. My husband makes it for him every day.
In the interest of getting him out of the house on time, if it's, you know, do you have time to take a shower or make a sandwich? You got to go hop in the shower, and then we'll make the sandwich so you get out on time. That's
okay.
It works. We have a system.
I don't know.
But
between this and your onion rings, I just don't know.
System.
Can I go wash my hands real quick? Just
Well, you
while
have
you're
to. Oh, yes, I guess.
Okay, I'll do it
with
then.
me. She goes away from the microphone all the time.
Is she gone? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, can you
Let's talk
believe
about
this?
her while she's gone, shall we?
I can't believe this.
I know.
Old ham hands Barbary.
Ham hands, ham-fisted. That's what she is.
All right, well then let's just get underway. Did Gina make the sandwich with the same ham that closes out each episode of Geek Show? No, Cement Dave, sorry. All right. It's time for, is she back?
Yeah.
Okay,
I have
back.
this clove soap. It smells so good.
Good for you.
Sure,
No
ham
smell?
hands. Let's
Ham
get going.
hands, old ham hands.
Let's get going with round one of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You'll decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. It just ensures that it gets a spot in Boner Dome at the finals. It might be boner of the day if it wins here. And we'll have round 2 at 8:20. We'll do this again. 3 more candidates, another winner. Send that one forward as well. 2 winners head-to-head. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. All right, so let's send one of these forward from this, round 1. Prepare yourselves. 2 candidates now, a third coming up in a bit. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
Tickets to Odyssey Dance Theater's Shut Up and Dance at the Midvale Performing Arts Center. We're going on through March 12th. You can get more information at x96.com.
Boner candidate number 1. I had an affair with the ISIS bride. Weird story. Representative in Texas, Van Taylor, has apologized for an affair with an ex-jihadist dubbed the ISIS bride by British tabloids. And he abruptly dropped his bid for a 3rd term, conceding the Republican runoff to his rival, Keith Self, a former Collin County judge. About a year ago, I made a horrible mistake that has caused deep hurt and pain among those I love most in this world. I had an affair. It was wrong, and it was the greatest failure of my life, he said in an email to his supporters. The infidelity surfaced just before Tuesday's primary with the help from a 3rd candidate, Suzanne Harp, a Plano resident named Tania Joya, widow of the most infamous American to join the Islamic State, contacted Harp last Thursday hoping she would confront Taylor privately and persuade him to drop out and resign from Congress. Now, I won't bring this out in public if you just drop out.
It was blackmail. It was blackmail.
essentially, yeah.
Well, instead, Harp sent a supporter to interview the ISIS bride, Joya, who has been profiled in the Atlantic and tabloid fodder for years in her native Britain. On Sunday afternoon, 2 days before the primary, a right-wing website, National File, posted audio of the 35-minute interview, full of salacious details about the 9-month affair. The next day, the conservative site Breitbart posted a similar story it labeled exclusive. Mr. Taylor has enjoyed stellar ratings from the NRA, the Heritage Foundation, other conservative groups, but now he's forced to step out of the race. He said, as a family man, a businessman, a United States Marine, I must apologize. I must apologize for my indiscretions.
I want the salacious details. Do you have any of those?
No, and I don't really know about this ISIS bride. I tried to do a little quick research on it, and apparently she has kids, and she was married. But I don't know how she got involved with this Texas guy.
She's British.
Yeah.
She moved to Texas. I read a little bit about it.
Oh, that's where her dead husband is from.
Yeah, he was a Texan who got radicalized and became an ISIS dude, and she went with him, and she got stuck over she's got a pretty crazy story, but yeah, how she ended up with this guy, that's the part I don't know.
Well,
and her husband got killed, and
I think this guy's from Plano or around, so he met her and did more than meet her. Anyway, boner candidate number 1, I had an affair with the ISIS bride. Here's boner candidate number 2, is Tucker Carlson racist? Well, I'll let you decide. Here he is, Thursday, continuing his outrage over President Biden's commitment to appoint a black woman to the Supreme Court. this time questioning the qualifications of the nominee, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, and insulting her name. So here's what he said exactly. So is Ketanji Brown Jackson, a name that even Joe Biden has trouble pronouncing, one of the top legal minds in the entire country? We certainly hope so. It's Biden's right, appointing her as one of the grave constitutional duties. So it might be time for Joe Biden to let us know what Ketanji Brown Jackson's LSAT score was.
Yeah.
I wonder how she did on the LSAT. That has nothing to do with anything.
No.
What did Brett Kavanaugh do on the LSAT?
He didn't ask anybody else's LSAT.
Was he the finest legal mind in the country available when that position came up?
Listen, let him dig his hole a little further here. Wonder how she did on the LSATs? Why won't he tell us that? That would settle the question conclusively as to whether she is a once-in-a-generational legal talent, the next learned hand, he said.
See what he does? He just did an Obama's birth certificate there.
And
why don't they show us this? I'm just asking questions.
And making fun of her name is, which he did.
He did.
That's racist.
Is there any doubt that he's a racist?
Well, I'll let you guys decide. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Ronnie, you are a bully.
All right. This is a good one. Coming up, candidate number 3. Stand by for that in this round 1. What?
You know who I had lunch with yesterday? Billie Eilish's uncle.
Well, that's deserving of a sponsor, I think.
Okay.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Yeah, this guy I had lunch with, Bruce, is an attorney. His little sister is Billie Eilish's mom.
Mm-hmm.
And so we talked a little bit about Billie Eilish, but Dave Grohl has made it clear that he really likes Billie Eilish. He's a major fan. In 2019, he praised the connection she has with her audience and said, when I look at somebody like Billie Eilish, I'm like, man, rock and roll is not even close to being dead. Now, even 3 years later, he's still got her in his mind. He said this just the other day. Well, I think you have to define relevant. It's hard for, he was asked, is rock music relevant these days? And he said, it's hard for us to say that rock and roll is in a rough patch because we get up on stage and there will be thousands of people going bananas and singing along to our songs. I can understand how it's a different game nowadays for younger bands. There's a lot of great bands out there. I'm leaving out all the F words, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
They might not be as popular as Nicki Minaj, but honestly, when I see Billie Eilish, I mean, that is rock and roll to me, he said. She started a revolution and took over the world with her music. And he just thinks she's the greatest. I was discussing her a little bit with her uncle, and he said, and I'd forgotten this, I really hope she and her brother Phineas win the Academy Award.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, what? The Academy? Oh, that's
for
right.
The James Bond song.
The James Bond song, yeah.
And I said, did she write that? I don't even know. He said, oh yeah, she and Phineas wrote it. And so there you go. And I won't tell you what we had for lunch. That's not really relevant. Over the years,
I'll bet the
now I want to know.
I'll bet the boner is brought to you by it.
I'll tell you. I had the Mediterranean salad at Oasis.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't want to confess that, but I did have it. The Utah Department of Health reported an additional 19 COVID deaths Wednesday, a sign that the pandemic is not over yet, despite the loosening of mask restrictions across the county and across the country. Of the 19 new deaths, 10 occurred before February 2nd. 306 people currently hospitalized with COVID in Utah. The CDC has a tool that can help you find your county's COVID-19 risk level.
Oh.
It's pretty cool. You can certainly check it every day. The tool is called the COVID-19 County Check, and all you have to do is go to the CDC website. and then it'll just say, what state do you live in? And then what county do you live in? And then it'll tell you instantly what the risk level is in your county. And I did it for Salt Lake County today. And
where are we at?
It said moderate risk. By the way, the CDC, just go to cdc.gov, and then you can find the COVID-19 by county search engine. So if you're going to be traveling to some other part, to some other part of the country, that's really useful as well to find out what kind of COVID territory you might be getting into.
Oh, that's good to know.
Mitt Romney wants to know how the COVID funds were spent, the federal government COVID funds. Where did all that money go, he wants to know. Since passage of the American Rescue Plan in February, questions are mounting about where exactly all that money has gone, he wrote.
The president said at the State of the Union he's convening a panel to investigate fraud for people so he addressed that at the State
Romney
of the
says, I think we should have a panel.
Well, that's what he said.
Why don't you call Joe and volunteer?
He was at the State of the Union. He wasn't paying close attention.
He wasn't paying attention
to that part.
He was watching people feeding lines to Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert.
The state lawmaker, a Utah state lawmaker who said she's trying to make girls' sports fair and even, told a legislative committee yesterday that transgender kids are already competing in Utah girls athletics at the junior high and high school level.
Are they?
Representative Kira Birkland, a Republican who coaches junior varsity basketball, said that she was in process of removing a list of physical attributes from her proposed school activity eligibility commission. So somebody said to her, I think it's a little much that you're going to take these kids that you suspect of being transgender and examine them physically.
Drop trow? Is that what we're doing now?
She said we're working on it. We're going to remove the physical. So I don't know exactly where this is supposed to go.
The ACLU is bound to slap it down, but in the meantime, these kids are, these parents are obsessed with their genitals. I don't understand.
I'd be surprised if Kira Birkland ever, if she knows what a transgender person is. Really.
Probably not. Guess what? They're kids. They're people. They have thoughts and feelings. They just want to play basketball.
And I promise you, all you parents that think, my kid was going to get a full ride scholarship to college in their sport, but now they can't because this transgender kid did better at them. No.
It's not happening.
I think, Gina, just to put it in a little more, they think it's not a fair competition just on the court. Whether or not they're going to get a scholarship is not the issue.
That's what they care about. Every parent whose kids are in sports think they're going to get a scholarship to college, and
I appreciate your overgeneralization of the topic, but no, that's not necessarily the case. I think it's not true that there's any big advantage or disadvantage in just regular competition, and that's what they're. If they're going to bench my kid in favor, that doesn't happen.
No.
That's true. I've known too many people who were, he was our high school quarterback. I've known that was their pinnacle.
Finally, this story. This is interesting news. Hyundai is planning to release 17 fully electric cars by 2030.
Oh, really?
That's was that 8 years from now? Yeah.
That seems a ways away.
They want to stay on par with their rivals, they said. Out of the 17 car fleet, 11 will be Hyundai models, 6 will be Genesis luxury cars, according to the company's strategic roadmap. 3 of the cars in the lineup will be sedans, and a few of them will be SUVs, but they're 13 electric cars.
That's great.
It's good. I want them now. I don't want to wait until then.
So all GM is committed to releasing all these. Do we have the infrastructure to support all these electric cars when they come along?
They're working on it. On it.
I know that the Biden administration has said we're going to put more charging stations all around the country.
Yeah.
So anyway, I have never driven an electric car. I'd like to. Sometime.
It's really fun.
Well, I know they go fast.
Whoosh.
They just sort of disappear on the horizon.
Pew!
Yeah.
That's the sound I make when I'm driving mine.
They need to make actual noise, though. Artificial noise of some kind.
I had a Toyota Prius, and sometimes it would run on. You couldn't hear it coming up when the engine was off, and so they did put something in there that made a noise. So that
mine, when you back it up, it makes a noise. It does this weird kind of spacey, hovery sound, like woo, 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 when you back it up, but not when it's going forward.
I think they should have it, Elon Musk's voice going, "Get out of the way!"
I think they should all sound like the Jetsons' flying cars or Luke's land speeder.
Yeah.
One of those two.
All right, that's it.
All right, sports or weather traffic. Excuse me.
Well, we could break records today. The record for 70-plus temps today, it hasn't happened since the 20s, like the 1920s, not the 2020s. And we could break it again today, especially in Salt Lake and Ogden. Could get up to 70 or warmer. So a great day for having lunch outside or going to the park or taking your dog for a walk. All of that kind of stuff will be nice today. Then tonight, increasing clouds. Friday, 20% chance of rain. By Friday night, it's 50. Then Saturday, 70%. Sunday, it looks like that rain is changing over to snow. We get much colder temps down in the 40s Sunday into Monday, it looks like. Traffic has been very light this morning. I'm looking at UDOT right now, and they are not reporting any accidents, and I don't even have any real slowdowns to tell you about. Things are looking really good, and you haven't sent anything in via text either. But if you do see something you want to share it with friends of the program, you certainly can. 33986 is where you do that. For over 65 years, they've been a part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
All right.
Boner candidate number 3, Ronnie, you're a bully.
Yep.
Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida was at the University of South Florida to announce funding for a cybersecurity education. Before taking the podium to address the audience, the governor thought that it would be a good idea to scold a group of students behind him who were wearing face masks. You don't have to wear those masks. I mean, take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we've got to stop with this COVID theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but it's ridiculous. There are like 6 kids standing behind him as part of the
high
ceremony.
School kids.
High school kids.
They're props.
Yeah.
They are props.
They're kid props.
Yeah.
And he was just being a jerk.
He's bullying him.
At least one of them kept his mask on, and good for him.
He did say, you can wear them if you want, but he's trying to belittle them and shame them.
And then when he left, didn't even say goodbye to them. Just out the door.
Yeah. Well,
thanks for being my props. He could have at least done that. You know.
There you go. That's number 3.
Okay, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, I had an affair with the ISIS bride. That was the confession of a Representative Van Taylor in Texas. I'm a family man. No, well, not so much. He got involved with this woman. Boner candidate number 2, is Tucker a racist? I think so, based on his comments about Joe Biden's nominee to the Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson, and Carlson made fun of her name. I mean, that's really low. And Boner candidate number 3, Ronnie, you are a bully.
All right. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet, of course. We got round 2 at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there. Both winners go forward. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fight. Right now, this is round 1, so send one of these 3 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting March 3, 2022, and vote there. And if you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. All right. You have until the end of these messages to do it, so let's go. This is round one.
Deli. Deli. Spell it with me now. D-E-L-I. And now we'll use it in some dialogue with Levar and his friend Elder Legrand R. Dunn, Jr. It's Sunday, and Levar has come over to his friend Legrand's home to see why Elder Dunn is not in church. Again, the word is deli. Let's listen.
Come in.
Oh, there you are, Legrand. Home all alone in front of the TV on Sunday. I know, I can see the church parking lot from my trailer home, and when I saw your minivan pull up for the meeting, and your wife Midge and all the little Dunn kids pile out without their daddy, I figured something was up. Something is up, isn't it, Legrand? It ain't like you to miss church. How come you ain't there?
Oh, I ain't feeling well, Levar. I spent the night horking up my guts. I had stuff running out of both ends, Levar. I ain't been up to snuff for the past few months, as a matter of fact. I don't know what is in me, but it ain't fun.
So that's why you ain't in church, huh? Of course, the fact that your favorite team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, is playing them red-hot Arizona Cardinals today don't have nothing to do with it, does it?
No, it don't. I really am sick. I'm just starting to feel a little bit better right now. My stomach is almost settled.
Oh, looky there. Buddy Ryan is yelling at one of his players. Oh, yuck. Here. Aim for the bucket. Oh, you are a mess, Legrand. A real mess.
I need for you to do me a favor, Levar.
What?
I need you to go to the Circle K and get me some 7-Up. And if you would you just make me up some nice warm milk toast? I need to eat, but it has to be something mild, like milk toast.
Who do you think I am, your wife? Hey, why ain't she here?
She had the Lesson in Relief Society today. Oh, I'm sick.
Look, you got to start taking your vitamins, Legrand. You need to take your vitamin C. You need to take your sulfur pills. You need your cat fur oil. You need your seaweed and plenty of that crab shell calcium and ragweed. You need to take all that stuff on a daily basis.
Every day?
Every day.
I need to take that stuff daily?
Yep, a good handful of vitamins on a daily basis.
I know you don't hardly ever get sick, Levar. You take all them things daily?
Well, that stuff don't work on me like it works on most people. I just try to drink a pint of cheap rum every day. Yep, pint of rot gut hooch deli does the trick for me.
right, time to award round one of your boners.
Which is brought to you in part by a Reuben sandwich.
And the Rocky Mountain Gun Show coming back this weekend, March 5th through the 6th at Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. Go to RockyMountainGunShow.com.
Boner candidate number one, I had an affair with the ISIS bride. 10 votes.
Oh, really?
That's only 10 votes. It was a battle royale, you might say, between number 3, Tucker Carlson, or number 2, Tucker Carlson, and number 3, Ron DeSantis. Pulling ahead at the last minute, and then smoking number 2, number 3, Ron DeSantis. The
Really?
bully. Yeah.
Okay. Well, which, it's important to remember Ron DeSantis because he's currently the favorite to be the nominee for president.
Yeah.
Great.
Republican nominee. Yeah.
Him or Greg Abbott, Texas. Both have quite a record.
You know, Abbott, I just noticed the other day, is in a wheelchair. I had not noticed that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's paralyzed,
He got
and I
hit by
asked.
a car when he was running, jogging or something.
Bruce said he thought, I had lunch with Bruce yesterday, and he said, I think a tree fell on him.
Or maybe
Which I thought, well, that's odd. A tree fell on him, and he was paralyzed. But.
All right. So anyway, there goes your winner of round one's boner voting. It goes forward to boner fight. It might be boner of the day, depending on how well it does up against the winner of round two's voting. Round two at 8:20. 3 more candidates. Another winner there. Send them both to boner fight at 9:20 is when you'll vote for boner of the day.
Oh, yeah, he was. I knew he was out jogging. I guess I just assumed he was hit by a car or something. An oak tree fell on him while he was out jogging.
You know, like happens.
Isn't that the universe saying that you shouldn't be here?
Right?
How long ago was that, Gina?
That was in 84, a long time ago.
Now, we were going to talk to the mayor of Salt Lake City here, but I guess she's not with us.
She's fine. She's fine.
Yeah, I mean, she's called away to other things.
Okay. Important mayoral duties.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I hope a tree didn't fall on her.
No.
Because I really did want to ask her about rent.
Well,
that
it's too
story.
damn high.
That story we had about that, that woman's rent being raised by 50%.
Was that in Salt Lake City?
Yeah. Yeah. And I also was curious about the general, how is the city doing? The general economic health of the city. Are businesses that have been struggling starting to come back, struggling because of the pandemic? That restaurant I went to yesterday, first time I'd been to a restaurant in a long time. And it was nice enough that we could sit outside.
Oh, good.
They had a little porch area, so we sat outside, which is better to do. But the inside was really crowded. They were hopping, so it was like the lunchtime crowd they had in the good old days.
On the occasion that I have gone to get to-go food, because I haven't been going to restaurants.
Yeah.
All the restaurants I've been to have been pretty busy. So, this open things up thing, everything's open. I don't know what you mean by we need to open things up. Everything's open.
And then I guess the mayor wanted to talk about Ukraine. I think there's a pretty sizable number of people from Ukraine who live here.
Yes.
But she's called away. I don't know where she is.
Did you watch the most recent episode of Pam and Tommy, Bill?
No, it's the last
They drop
one.
on
too.
Wednesdays.
It's the last one, isn't it? I believe
there's
it's.
one more.
I believe it's the last one. I think there are only 5 or 4, something like that. But I haven't seen it yet. I did watch 2 episodes of the Great British Baking Show yesterday. 2 in a row because I was despondent and tired.
Well, Pam's finally come out and commented on the Pam and Tommy.
Oh, really?
The real Pam Anderson.
She's waited until now. Huh?
She says she feels violated by the unauthorized retelling of her exploitation of Pam and Tommy, and she is ready to share her side of the story. And wouldn't that be weird if something like that happened in your life and somebody made a movie about it and you weren't consulted about it?
And part of the point of the movie is how she's been exploited throughout her life. And so the movie It's saying, you know, this. It portrays the way she was treated by pretty much everybody as bad. She was treated poorly by people. They always assumed that she was just stupid and just somebody to look at. And now the movie that's sympathetic to her about that, but it's exploiting her at the same time.
She uploaded a handwritten note to her Instagram account.
Oh, really?
That disputes Hulu's depiction of her experience and teased an upcoming Netflix documentary in which she is going to tell her side of the story.
All right. Well, we do have the mayor on the phone now.
Oh, we do.
Aaron Mendenhall, the mayor of Salt Lake. Hi, how are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Good. We were afraid you'd been a tree fell on you. It's a long
Instead,
story.
I was just trying to get kids out the door to school.
Mayor, no, I know you wanted to talk about support for Ukraine. We have a lot of people from Ukraine living here.
Yes, is that a statement? Yes, we do.
I think there was a question on the end of that. Do we have? That's what I meant.
You know, I'm unsure what the statewide Ukrainian citizenship numbers are, but I know that we do have a lot of refugees from other parts of the world, and this is a welcoming place for people from around all of Europe. So there were certainly some of those people attending the rally that we had at the Capitol earlier this week. And regardless, I think there's a connection to almost all of us. My own family were World War II refugees from Lithuania when it was Russian occupied. And so I feel a connection to what's happening there, and my heart goes out to those in Ukraine and people here who call that their homeland or have loved ones there.
When we have refugees come here, they need to find a place to live. And there was a story in the news today about a woman whose rent was increased by like 50%, and they said the occupancy rate, or vacancy rate rather, in Salt Lake is only about 2%. And so landlords can kind of do what they wish in raising rents. Is there anything that the city can do about it?
So we don't have the ability, like cities like San Francisco do, to restrict rent rates. That's something the state constitution prohibits us doing. So instead what we do is invest in either the preservation of existing housing we call it naturally occurring affordable. Maybe they don't have vouchers or tax write-offs, but it's an older housing and it costs less. So sometimes we'd love to hear from landlords who say, I have this kind of apartments. They need some help. They need some upkeep. And unless I charge more rent, I'm not going to be able to replace the furnace or whatever. So the city can help finance those kind of improvements on apartments in the city and in condition for them to keep the rent affordable. Or if it's new apartments coming in, we do gap financing, which means it's usually less than 10% of the total cost of the project. But that 10% can make or break whether or not they have affordability. So we've helped to create or preserve more than 3,000 now affordable units in Salt Lake City in just the last several years. So that kind of financing, if you're a landlord out there, you have affordable housing, let us know if there's needs that you have, and the city might be able to help you if you're in Salt Lake.
So just contact the city administration, and they'll point you in the right.
Community and neighborhoods, that's your department. Community and neighborhoods.
What's the general economic health of Salt Lake? Businesses were struggling because of coronavirus. Are things starting to come back? And
yes, things are starting to come back. We always take a conservative approach on our budget projections. We're seeing slightly increased revenues over what we had hoped we would see, but a lot of that is that our downtown office occupancy got down into the low 20%. So if the week before COVID was 100% of how many people were downtown, it dropped down to about 20% throughout most of the last 2 years. It's climbing back up. It's closer to 50% at this point. But just having people down there who want to buy lunch or go get something on their break or after work makes a tremendous impact, as you know, on the day-to-day downtown businesses. So the decision by companies to come back in and the feelings of security for people to come back to work or come back downtown and shop is having the biggest impact overall.
Well, fortunately for your voice, we're out of time.
I just need more coffee.
You just need
Don't we all?
Yeah.
Tea with honey and lemon, and you'll be fine there.
It's always a pleasure to talk to you,
Thanks,
Mayor
Mother.
Mendenhall.
You too. There's a lot more we could talk about. I hope we can get to more of it next week.
Okay.
We will.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank
you, Mayor. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Okay, let's see. Things are moving really well. I'm not seeing any accidents on the UDOT website. Maybe you're seeing something that UDOT isn't seeing. That certainly could happen. You should let us know if there's something out there. If it's safe for you to text, go ahead and send it in to us, 33986.
Okay, we will take a break. We will be back. Sean Means reviewing movies right after these, including The Batman with Robert Pattinson coming up. So
Did he
by.
change his name to
No,
Pattinson?
not officially.
Oh.
As far as I'm concerned, he's Robert Pattinson now. So that's coming up. Stand by for that. UtahAdvocates.com is the website. Go right there.
The blood supply in Utah is apparently at a critically low level. And what has that got to do with the advocates? Well, they have partnered with the American Red Cross and scheduled a blood drive. The blood supply is the lowest it's been in 10 years in here. So if you want to join the advocates and the Red Cross, this is this past Monday, March 7th.
No.
Isn't
Next
it?
Monday.
Oh, no, it's this Monday.
It's this coming Monday.
I got my dates mixed up there.
The advocates are on it, Bill. They know what they're doing.
It's at the Red Cross office in Murray this coming Monday. They're going to have you give blood and you can get prizes. I like that. You go and you give blood and then they have a raffle and give stuff away.
Mm-hmm.
So you can go to UtahAdvocates.com/blood drive and schedule an appointment to give blood. It's very vital. Please do it. UtahAdvocates.com/blood drive.
Condom. Spell it with me now. CONDOM. And now let's use it in some dialogue featuring those two Utah guys, Levar and Legrand. We join Levar and Legrand as they split a hot fudge sundae and have some postum down to the Snell Groves. Remember, the word of the day is condom.
Oh, ma'am, this is really some good hot fudge. Nobody does fudge like Snell Groves, don't you think, Levar?
Yeah, I suppose.
Oh, and they make a mean cup of postum, don't they?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, of course, Leatherby's is pretty good, too, like you. Well, you like the Leatherby's, don't you?
Yeah, whatever.
Well, for heck's sakes, Levar, what is your problem? You are as closed-mouthed as a clam today.
Oh, it's nothing against you, Legrand. I'm just worried about my nephew Varnell. I'm afraid he's going to have to get married, and he's just too young.
Why, what did he do? Did he get that little girl he was going with pregnant?
Well, she's knocked up all right, but it ain't Varnell's fault. He don't have no experience with women. He didn't know what he was doing. He's a good boy. Varnell is just a little bit knave in the ways of love and sex. He got her in the family way all right, but he was fooled by that little tramp Chanel. She conned him into it. He didn't want to have sex with her, but she conned him into it with those feminine spells and such. She conned him, Legrand.
Now, settle down, Levar. I believe you. Same thing happened to me when I married Vernille. She used some kind of evil spell to get me to have sex with her, too. Well, not before we was married, of course. But she uses them spells on me now. For heck's sakes, I don't want to have sex with the woman, but somehow she gets me to rise to the deed.
Well, that's what happened with Varnell. I mean, that temptress conned him into the sex deed. I told him this would have been avoided if he'd just wore one of them little rubber things on the end of his tallywhacker. What do you call them things?
I just call them rubbers.
Well, if he'd have had on a rubber, she wouldn't have gotten pregnant, even if he weakened when she conned him into sex. Now, he's not going to be able to open that lawnmower and knife sharpening business he's dreamed of. His life is just over.
Well, now have some more postum, Levar.
Okay, Sean Means Movie Reviews. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yeah, New Year resolution, read more comics. This month, the epic comic series from Fiona Staples and Brian K. Vaughan, Saga, only at the Nerd Store at Valley Fair Mall and Dr. Volt's in Mill Creek.
Well, here he is from the Salt Lake Tribune. Sean Means, he's the culture editor of the Salt Lake Tribune, which means now when he drinks his tea, he holds his pinky out. Sean Means. Sean is a movie reviewer and a bigwig now at the paper. You can read Sean's stuff in the Salt Lake Tribune, sltrib.com. But don't snicker. He is a bigwig.
I didn't snicker.
I am at best a medium wig. Thank you.
Sean Wig snickered.
It was you. It was you snickering.
That was
Sean.
my snicker. Yes.
Yeah, when you can call yourself an editor, that's a big deal.
And an editor. There's a big room of us.
Yes. You can find all of Sean's writing, moviecricket.net.
Now, I'm looking at the movies and the ratings that you've given them, and there's good stuff out there this weekend. All right, let's start with is it Huda? Huda's
Salon, yes. This is at the Broadway and at the Jordan Commons. This is a thriller that was made in Palestine, filmed in Nazareth and Bethlehem, and it's about things going on in that part of the world.
Right.
It starts with a hairstylist giving a customer a shampoo and a trim. Very normal, very, very, very. But then the hairstylist, Huda, the one who runs the salon, she...
now, wait, Huda hairstylist?
Yeah. Anyway, she drugs the customer,
and turns him into a meat pie.
Nope.
Oh, no.
Nope. Strips her naked, takes compromising photos of her with a naked guy.
Oh.
And then, so when Reem wakes up, Huda tells her that she works for the Secret Service of the occupying country. This screenplay never uses the word Israel, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
And Huda blackmails Reem, saying that if she doesn't collect information about the resistance and send it to the Secret Service, she'll send the photos to Reem's husband, who's already kind of a jerk and jealous of her being out in public and whatnot. So.
Okay.
So that's a great opening 10 minutes, and it's really so seriously the first 10 minutes your jaw's on the floor watching this, and the movie struggles to keep that energy up the rest of the way.
That's too bad.
Shortly after this happens, Huda gets caught by the resistance, and they start and they capture her and start interrogating her, and they also start looking for everybody who's in the photos that she has.
Yeah.
And so now, so the movie is split between Huda being interrogated by like the head resistance leader, and Reem being very paranoid that they're coming to get her, and that she can't she trust her husband? Can she tell her husband the truth, and will her husband believe her?
But it's not that great. The rest of it. Does it just drag?
The parts with the interrogation drag a bit because it's very talky. It's like a stage play type of thing, and they basically say everything that is that you feel and experience by watching the other woman, and the notion of these are both women who are caught in a crappy situation because of the oppression that happens to women generally in the Muslim world. So yeah,
you have to read this movie, do you?
It is in Arabic, yes.
Okay.
So it's a solid thriller, but that opening is just such a
hard act to follow. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like I said, playing at the Broadway, playing at Jordan Commons, Huda Salon, I give it 3 stars.
3 stars for Huda Salon.
I don't
All
know.
right, let's go to Ascension.
Mm-hmm. Ascension. This is a documentary that has been nominated for an Oscar. This is one of the 5. It's really fascinating. The director shot this all over China in 2018 and 2019, just before the pandemic started. And it's really a fascinating portrait of how modern China is working today. It starts with the people in the factories making stuff, everything from perfume bottles and plastic Christmas trees to blue jeans and sex dolls. There's actually quite a lengthy sequence of people making sex dolls. It's unsettling, but it's weirdly sort of appealing. It's just it's like,
well, that's
people who take pride in their work.
That is telling us too much about you.
No.
Please.
No. It is a fascinating segment of the movie. And we keep going, and the movie shows us what the Chinese people are really trying to sell, which is themselves. They take workshops about how to become social media influencers. They take seminars about being, they train to be security guards, learn the secrets of quote unquote business etiquette, and just like this constant sort of striving and sort of it's basically how capitalism has taken over, although they don't want to call it capitalism because they're still officially a communist country. There's no narration. There's no sort of solid narrative arc. It just sort of unfolds in front of you, one observation after another, and you sort of put the pieces together to see how China is diving into this sort of new consumerism with both feet. And it's fascinating to watch. I mean, if the idea of capitalism is individual achievement, it's fascinating to watch everybody trying to do it together.
So does the title, it refers to the ascension of the level of economic growth in the society?
It refers to the attempt to ascend, and the filmmaker, Jessica Kingdon, she is half Chinese on one side of her family, and she quotes a poem from her great grandfather that basically says the message is you try to ascend and you realize that you haven't overcome your problems. You just took your problems with you. It's really fascinating. It's really beautiful. It's playing at the Broadway, Ascension, and I gave it 3.5 stars.
3.5 for Ascension. Okay, so those are the artsies. Looks like there's one fartsy this weekend.
Yep. Nobody wants to go up against the big bad bat.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Batman.
The Batman.
Yeah.
I have to remember the.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has their own opinion of what a comic book movie should be. Right?
Yes.
And certainly Batman over the years, there's been a Batman for every mood. You could do jokey, campy Adam West. You can do the more serious Michael Keaton, or the really serious Christian Bale, or whatever it is they were doing with Ben Affleck. I still don't quite understand. Gonna get the Snyderverse off.
You can go with the nipple Batman.
You can go with the Clooney or the Kill. Yeah, I mean,
everybody has their opinion on Batman.
Who is this Batman?
This is the Dark Knight even darker. This is really dark, and directed by Matt Reeves, who did the last two Planet of the Apes movies, did Cloverfield,
which were great.
Yeah. And his take is Batman as psychologically damaged, still seeking revenge for those who killed his parents.
Yeah.
When we meet Batman, though, it is maybe about a year into his crime fighting career. Maybe, I mean, he's going out at night doing these,
He is known in Gotham City.
He is known in Gotham City. The cops don't trust him still. They're sort of like, what's that freak doing here, kind of thing. But the one cop who does trust him is Lieutenant, not Commissioner yet, Lieutenant Jim Gordon, played by Jeffrey Wright, and Jim Gordon has the bat signal to call him. And there's a great line about how when the light hits the sky, it's not just a call, it's a warning. Which is Robert Pattinson in the narration, just as he's sort of dealing with this. But he's still more about vengeance than he is about justice. And this movie is actually about his evolution from a vengeful vigilante to the hero that Gotham needs, deserves. We can get into that argument. There's a serial killer on the loose who is killing the people in Gotham City's power structure. Starts with the mayor, and other.
Is it the Riddler?
He leaves riddles. He leaves clues, and he leaves clues addressed specifically to the Batman. And so we have the Riddler. We don't see his face for a very long time. We know from marketing material it's played by Paul Dano.
Oh, I thought it was Frank Gorshin.
You wish.
Frank isn't with us anymore.
Frank is not with us anymore. No. Is John Astin still with us?
Yes, barely.
Okay. Because he was also the Riddler.
He was also
in that era. We also have there's a lot of bad guys to deal with.
Oh, there's
here.
a penguin, isn't there?
There's a gang. The assistant gangster Oswald Cobblepot.
Yeah.
Played by Colin Farrell, although you wouldn't know it because he's got so much prosthetics and fat suit and everything.
Why didn't they hire an ugly guy?
Because Colin Farrell's a really good actor.
If you can get Colin Farrell, you get Colin Farrell.
And then you've also got
guys can't act, Gina. We know that.
What do you want, Kevin from The Office?
That would be a hard pull. That would be. I mean,
wouldn't it?
He'd have the body right, but to get the gravitas, I'm not so sure.
I'm going to get you, Batman.
You also have Selena Kyle
Yes.
who we know as as Catwoman, and calling her a villain is off.
Well,
She sort of rides the line a little.
Which
bit.
is what she has been in the comic books for quite some time. Is that she's been writing that
Very much
line,
so.
and from what I understand, this movie, the Penguin is not the Penguin yet. This is also his ascension, his journey to becoming a crime lord, and apparently that's going to be addressed in a TV series on HBO Max with Colin Farrell. So.
Okay. He's the assistant to the big boss of Gotham crime, Carmine Falcone, which is a character we know from other versions of this. Here he's played by John Turturro.
Good. Okay.
Very cool. Catwoman is played by Zoe Kravitz.
Great.
She's really good in this. Really, really sharp.
She was so good in that High Fidelity TV series. You just got to give that a try.
And I haven't seen it yet, but there's this Soderbergh movie that's on.
I saw it.
Kimmy. I think it's on Apple or HBO Max. I can't remember which one. Anyway,
not a great movie, but she's great in it.
So this is very dark and operatic. Big action scenes, bold dramatic moments. The Batmobile is so freaking cool.
Oh yes.
And it shows this evolution of Batman. Like I said, into the hero that Gotham needs.
Is there an Alfred the Butler in this?
Yeah,
Yes.
Andy Serkis.
Huh.
And since Serkis,
Is he a monkey?
No, he's not. But see, Serkis worked with Matt Reeves on the Planet of the Apes movies.
Yes.
So, but he plays a very down to earth Alfred.
Kind of tougher.
Little tougher, little more Cockney in there, you know.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
but he's. I mean, I love Michael Caine in the other version. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean he was great. But everybody has a different take on Alfred, just like Batman.
Right.
So I understand that they also go back to the detective part of the Dark Knight Detective.
Yeah, there's a case here. I mean, people forget. Batman is one of his billings was the world's greatest detective.
Yes.
And which I'm sure Sherlock Holmes fans would like a word, but there is actually a case here to solve. I mean, he is trying to track down the clues that the Riddler has left behind, and to a very great ending. So,
all right.
this movie. Okay, here's the thing. This movie is 3 hours long. You don't notice it.
Oh, really? It's a commitment that you don't know that you're committing to. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, go to the bathroom before it starts, but it moves really well and keeps the tension. I think keeps tension really well. So, yeah, 3.5 stars.
3.5.
All right. I think Pattinson, and I'm curious to see what Pattinson does next with it. There's as you may have noticed, there's one particular villain we haven't talked about yet.
Yes.
We're still not talking about him, but there is room to work.
Which one?
He's not talking
Egghead.
about it.
What do you think?
Egghead. It's the big return of Egghead. It's Condiment King. Yeah.
I don't know who it is.
It's the Joker, Bill.
Joker.
I'm just guessing, but
The Joker is the big villain.
Traditionally in other,
Yeah.
you look at Cesar Romero.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Cesar Romero, Jack Nicholson, Heath Ledger.
There've been
the Batman.
a few lines of Jokers, yeah. And it'll be interesting to see because I also like to see different takes on the Joker, as with the Batman. To me, Heath Ledger is right now the pinnacle. I'd love to see somebody come in and take that down and do it differently. Terrific.
I love Cesar Romero because he didn't shave his mustache when he put the white makeup on.
I was just hoping it would be King Tut.
King Tut is who I want. He's my favorite.
Yeah.
Victor Buono is King Tut.
He died so young. It was.
He did. It was tragic.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
The Batman is the recommendation.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, gosh, not so terrible. Just a couple things to tell you about. Crash southbound I-15 at Pioneer Crossing in American Fork. It's affecting 2 right lanes there. Also crash northbound I-15 60th south in Murray. The HOV lane is the one affected there. And friend of the program says significant slowage from about 70 seconds south. As far as I can see, northbound I-15, I think that's that accident I was telling you about. Another friend of the program says emergency vehicle and an accident on the left side of the road right before the 53rd South exit northbound. I think those are all the same incident. Thank you for adding to our information. You did that via text at 33986.
Let's see. Oh, we've
Round
got
two.
round two of the boners. Here are the candidates that we're going to consider. Boner candidate number 1, another reminder that Wheel of Fortune is not Jeopardy. Boner candidate number 2, okay, here's the real reason I was speeding. And boner candidate number 3, thoughts from a so-called intellectual.
Boners round 2 coming up after these. Stand by. Get ready to vote. X96.
Hello, it's
I was worried you guys would hear Mohammed ordered a duck call a while ago, and it finally arrived. So he's been walking around the house tooting on his duck call.
Now, did he get that from the Duck Dynasty people?
I hope
I'm
not.
sure where he got. Here, I'll grab him real quick.
What's the name of their duck? Is it Duck Commander or something like that?
I don't know. Now, see, I'm trying to figure out why he would have a duck call. Now, I had a duck call growing up because we would hunt ducks.
He has been duck hunting.
Has he been?
Yeah, I think Gina's told us the story. He has been duck hunting with his uncle or something.
Interesting.
Yeah. No,
so I have a passing familiarity with duck calls.
I think the Duck Dynasty people, their company was called Duck Commander, but that's how they made their millions of dollars. Is with a duck with duck calls.
The duck calls, yeah. That's how they made all their big
Okay,
money.
show him your duck call.
So there's
no, wait. First of all,
it.
wait a second. First of all, I want to know what brand this is, Mohammed. What brand of duck call is this?
Yeah, Bill wants to know what brand of duck call it is. Into the microphone.
It's a Duck's Waterfowl duck call.
Duck's Waterfall.
DUX is a brand.
DUX.
I see.
Okay, one more toot and then go to school. Okay, have a good day.
Yeah, that's important. It's important that he have one of those.
I can do
He's
that.
my little hunter.
Yeah,
He's my little outdoorsman.
Carrey was wondering why he had it, and I said, "Well, I remember the story. He's been duck hunting.
He's been.
Oh
duck
yeah.
hunting. Okay.
He's my outdoorsman.
Yes? Oh, I thought you had something.
No.
It is, what? 8:20.
I've got sex appeal. That's what I've got.
Do you?
Yeah.
8:20 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boners. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, going up against the winner of round 1, which we did an hour ago, and possibly become boner of the day. Boner fight will happen at 9:20 between the winners of each round. We can't do that until we get a winner from this round 2. Send it forward. 2 candidates now, a third coming up in a bit. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to the Autorama. The Autorama. Mountain America Expo Center. You can find out more information about it at x96.com.
Listen, all I can say is
Autorama.
All right.
Autorama.
Okay.
Boner candidate number 1, another reminder that Wheel of Fortune is not Jeopardy. On Jeopardy, you know, you have people who are pretty smart. Wheel of Fortune, maybe not so much. Now, I don't know how much of this we'll be able to hear, but on Tuesday's episode of the show, 3 contestants struggled to solve a common phrase, leaving viewers at home stunned and baffled. Where should we start this, Carrey?
Well, let's see. It's about a minute and a half.
Well, I mean, how much of this audio will cover it, or do I need to explain a little more?
I think. Go ahead.
They took turns to fill in the missing letters, and I think it got to the point where there was just one letter that they had to fill in this phrase.
Shot at it. You can spin the wheel and try to solve the puzzle.
I'll solve.
Okay.
Another feather in your lap.
No.
Not correct.
No, the feather is moving around.
Can anyone guess? Anyone?
Yeah.
Now, see, here's where it gets excruciating.
D. No.
No D.
No D.
All right.
There's an L and a P.
I think the wheel got...
Lose a turn. Sorry.
You have another opportunity here. You can spin the wheel. You can try to solve the puzzle. What do you want to do? Go ahead and spin if you don't know.
I'm going to go ahead and spin.
Okay, that's just good gameplay.
L blank P.
Yeah, that's just good gameplay right there. So 700.
What letter would you like?
A P?
What?
Yes.
LPP.
P. Okay, that works.
LP.
No, that works.
I will solve.
Okay.
Another feather.
Down to L blank P. That's what they
Nope.
Oh, my goodness. The bankrupt guy.
Oh, this poor
Thomas,
guy.
you have no money. I don't know. You want to spin? You can try to
I'll spin.
Okay.
Thomas
No
has
one
been
knows
playing
what it is.
he's very poorly playing. He's
So what
500.
would you like?
A C.
Is there a C up there anywhere? There you go. You want to solve this?
Yeah, I'll solve. Another feather in your cap.
Yeah.
But they had app the whole time.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Boner candidate number 1. Another reminder that Wheel of Fortune is not Jeopardy. Here's boner candidate number 2. Okay. Here's the real reason I was speeding, officer. A man was pulled over. This was in Florida, Flagler County, Florida. Sheriff's office released body camera footage of this event because it was pretty amusing. The man, who was not identified in the video, was pulled over by a county deputy for speeding. The deputy said he clocked the driver going 50 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone, and said that he saw the driver also run a stop sign. The man gave several excuses to the deputy, saying he had just gotten the car that he was driving and he wasn't that familiar with it. And he was trying to get it out of the, quote, sport mode. And that's why he was going so fast. Now, that I have
There are brakes on the car?
In my car, there is a button that says sport mode, which I never use because it seems stupid. But so there is the button, but he said that's why I was speeding. And then he said, well, I had to speed up to try and get ahead of that other driver. And then finally he said, well, okay, I'll tell you the truth why I was speeding. I just found out that Putin said he's going to launch nuclear thermal war against the world, and I was trying to get back to my house to find out what was going on. Okay.
Because even if that was it, you couldn't turn on the radio and
I
hear
found
what's
out that
going on.
I'll tell you. Okay, here's the real truth. Jeez. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, thoughts from a so-called conservative intellectual.
All right, so boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up in just a bit. What do you have for us there?
Well, this is interesting. Marilyn Manson is suing Evan Rachel Wood.
I think Gina should sponsor this.
Yeah, that seems backwards. Follow a baby whale on a magical journey to discover the incredible world of ocean currents. Meet curious creatures along the way and see how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth. Now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
Marilyn Manson suing Evan Rachel Wood for defamation over her sexual abuse allegations against him, which Marilyn Manson, Brian Warner, says they are a malicious falsehood. In the complaint filed in Los Angeles Superior Court on Wednesday and obtained by Variety, Mr. Warner, Marilyn Manson, alleges that Wood and her, quote, on-again, off-again romantic partner, Ashley Gore, have publicly cast him, Manson, as a rapist and an abuser, a malicious falsehood that has derailed my movie, music, film, TV career. The filing goes on to claim that Wood and Gore impersonated an FBI agent by forging and distributing a fictitious letter from the agent to create the false appearance that Warner's alleged victims and their families were in danger, and that there was a federal criminal investigation of Warner ongoing. It also alleges that Evan Rachel Wood and Gore provided checklists and scripts to accusers and made knowingly false statements, including that Manson filmed the sexual assault of a minor. Manson has requested a jury trial and is also alleging intentional infliction of emotional distress, violation of the Comprehensive Computer Data and Access Fraud Act, and impersonation over the Internet. It seems like some of that is pretty specific and would be...
Well, if it goes to trial, we shall see.
Would be easy to, And Prince Charles is talking about his mother's COVID-19 diagnosis, Queen Elizabeth.
I guess she's not dead.
It appears that she has fully recovered after she was photographed for the first time in several weeks. Now, I'm looking closely at this photograph. It could be a man pretending to be Queen Elizabeth, but maybe it is really her.
How do we know that's not photoshopped?
Charles also tested
do your own
positive.
research.
Charles also tested positive for COVID, but he's fully recovered as well. He says, my mother is a lot better. It was a mild case of COVID. Donald Trump's impenetrable border wall is, well, not so impenetrable. They've done some studies, and they've shown that it has been breached more than 3,000 times by drug smugglers. Mexican smuggling gangs have sawed through, and these are the new segments that they built, the new segments of the border wall. They've sawed through them 3,272 times over the past 3 years. This is according to unpublished, as of yet, U.S. Customs and Border Protection maintenance records. The Washington Post got a hold of them under the Freedom of Information Act. The government spent $2.6 million to repair all of these sawed-through holes during the 2019 to 2021 fiscal years. While the agency has acknowledged that smugglers are able to hack through the new barriers built by the Trump administration, the maintenance records show damage that has been more widespread than previously known, pointing to the structure's limitations as an impediment to illegal crossing. Didn't anybody with even a half a brain know that this would not be successful?
Yeah.
The border wall was nonsense.
Yeah.
And remains nonsense.
Yeah, because they can always get taller ladders, or like you said, they find ways.
They've been sawing through the metal of the wall. Nobody ever, when they do these kinds of stupid things, they don't look to history. They don't look to the French Maginot Line that was nothing, that didn't stop anybody. They didn't look at the Great Wall of China, which really didn't stop anybody in the long run. It's pretty cool, but it didn't stop anything. It's just astonishing.
Yep.
Let's see. There's a bill in the Utah State Legislature. By the way, the legislature adjourns tomorrow.
Oh, thank God.
But a bill that would crack down on catalytic converter thefts.
How are you going to do that?
Well, that's what I wondered. You can't really
make it.
What?
Does it have it there? Because it's not cutting down on the thefts. It's telling pawn shops you can't buy these.
Oh, okay.
So if they don't have anywhere to sell them, they're not going to steal them.
That's apparently where they're going.
To pawn shops of all places. I would think
Because
they'd be going to an auto shop,
Well, they're not stealing catalytic converters because they are going to use them as catalytic converters.
Oh.
It's because they have a lot of copper in them.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
Yeah. And so that's why they're taking them.
If they have nowhere to sell them, they won't.
So they unanimously voted to support a bill requiring that pawn shops, as Gina said, report them, not take them and report them. The Senate unanimously voted to support a bill requiring period products, tampons, things like that, to be put into every Utah school.
Good.
So that girls do not miss school because of menstruation, it says.
Yeah.
So,
they're not
and I guess
embarrassed.
it would be I guess it would be junior high and high, specifically. Also, a unanimous vote in the Senate will give final approval to a bill that provides contraception for incarcerated inmates. Now, if you're in the prison, how is it that you're going to... come on.
I'm a woman. May I address it? So, women are on quote-unquote birth control for lots of different reasons that don't have anything to do with not getting pregnant.
Yes.
And if you stop taking it suddenly, that can be bad. If you stop taking it, whatever condition you're being treated for will not be treated. It has nothing. They should stop calling it birth control.
Well, no, they also, I believe, have conjugal visits.
But
at the prison.
That's not the issue. The issue is that you take birth control.
Well, it's certainly part of the issue. I mean, if you're a woman and if you don't want to get pregnant while you're in prison, that would, give me my birth control back, I would think. Yes?
It's more that you take it for endometriosis and you take it for... there's lots of other reasons that don't have anything to do with pregnancy that you...
Story for you here, Gina. That one really wasn't for you, but this one is. If you better get ready to not be able to communicate with people because they're shutting down 3G technology. It's 25 years old.
How will I run my BlackBerry?
Pete Ashdown, the founder and CEO of X-Mission, which is Utah's first independent internet service provider, said this is like when we got rid of dial-up modem service. It's that extreme. We saw the same thing happen in my industry. He says 3G technology, which is essentially a wireless dial-up modem, is dated, slower, harder to buy, and harder to fix than new wireless modems that are available now. It's run out of steam. People aren't making the chips for it anymore. Keeping it maintained is difficult. Gina, your flip phone may not work when they shut it off.
Okay.
Wait a minute. So this is the first time hearing that dial-up is gone. What am I going to do?
I don't know. Consumer Reports says millions of cars may lose the ability to automatically contact first responders after a crash.
That's the technology.
Some vehicles just need a software or hardware upgrade. Consumer Reports says that if a car can be upgraded, owners need to act now because if you wait, it might cost you. So upgrade right away. for that. And that's about
That's
it,
good.
I think. All right.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Brought to you by X96 has your tickets for the RSL home opener versus Seattle Sounders. If you text the word Leo, L-E-O, Leo, to 33986, you'll get a chance to win tickets to that opening game. Donovan Mitchell had 37 points. Mike Conley scored 9 points in overtime to help the Utah Jazz outlast the Houston Rockets, 132-127 on Wednesday night. Rudy Gobert had 27 points and 17 rebounds. The Jazz won their third straight and their ninth in the last 10 games. Let's see if they can keep that up tomorrow. 6 o'clock, they play the Pelicans. Weather. So we could set records today. The record for March 3rd in 1921, it was 70 degrees in Salt Lake. We could get there today. It could be that warm. Change coming, though, overnight, Friday night into Saturday. That's when the rain starts, about a 50% chance on Friday night. Saturday, 70% chance of rain. We're still rain then because we'll be about 50 for a high. Then we start to cool down even more Sunday into Monday, 40s, low 40s, and we'll start to see the snow happen Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, which we desperately need. Traffic, we've got a crash northbound I-15 approaching 53rd South exit in Murray. The HOV lane blocked. Traffic backed up to Midvale, and we heard from a few friends of the program that were dealing with that. Crash westbound 21st Street at I-15 northbound 12th West. This is in West Haven. The right lane is closed. Eastbound to northbound is also closed. Crash southbound I-15 milepost 277. That's Pioneer Crossing and American Fork. The two right lanes are closed there. And if you're seeing something and you want to share it with friends of the program, you can text it to us. 33986 is where you do that.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Thoughts from a so-called conservative intellectual. Ben Shapiro. Conservative, ultra-conservative. I believe I don't think he has a radio show, but he has a podcast.
It's internet. He does YouTube and that kind of thing, yeah.
So, and he's supposed to be really smart.
He is one of the brains of the GOP, they say.
I'm going to just read you this quote from Ben Shapiro. I don't even really know the context in which he said this. It doesn't matter. Here's the quote. Joe Biden is the Kurt Cobain of politics. He put a shotgun in the mouth of the American body politic and then pulled the trigger.
Whoa.
And the brains are on the wall.
Holy cow.
End
really?
quote. It doesn't matter why he said it.
It doesn't.
It doesn't matter what context. There is no context.
That's a terrible
There
example.
is no context where that is anything other than ugly, and he's certainly not an intellectual.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1 is another reminder that Wheel of Fortune ain't Jeopardy. Contestants on Wheel of Fortune struggling with the phrase, another feather in your cap. They couldn't figure out cap for the longest time. Boner candidate number 2, okay, here's the real reason I was speeding. A guy in Florida pulled over for speeding. He gave several excuses and then finally said, the real reason I was speeding is I heard Vladimir Putin was going to launch thermonuclear weapons, and I had to get home to find out all about it. And boner candidate number 3, thoughts from a so-called, or a thought from a so-called conservative intellectual.
All right. You've got to decide, these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We've already done that. We'll take both of our champions and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. But right now, it's round 2. Let's send one of these forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win, put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 3, 2022, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages. Let's go. This is round 2.
Line. Spell it with me now. L-I-N-E. We'll use it now in some dialogue featuring our good friends Levar and Legrand. Imagine, if you will, the boys have gotten together for lunch at the High Spot Cafe. The word again is line.
Well, this is good postum here to the High Spot, Levar.
Look, the words good and postum never go together, Legrand. Now, the coffee here is mighty fine, but don't tell me there's any difference in any postum you get anywhere. It's all horse pee.
Well, I like it. And that actor guy sure must have gotten rich off on us Utahns when he invented this caffeine-free beverage. Yeah, that Tom Postum has always been funny on the Newhart shows, and he's made a great all-weather beverage, too.
Whoa. Whoa. Now this song sure brings back the memories. I didn't know they had Madonna music on the jukebox here.
Well, why does it bring back memories for you, Levar? Do you remember what you was doing the first time you heard the song?
Heard it? Hell, I helped Madonna write it.
Uh-huh. And I had tea with the Queen of England the other day.
I ain't lying, Legrand. Me and Madonna had kind of a thing for a couple of months back in '87. I guess you could say Madonna was my girlfriend.
Do tell.
If I'm lying, I'm dying, Legrand. Yep. Miss Chacon and me, that's a real name, you know, was sitting in the breakfast nook one morning after a night of truth or dare, if you know what I mean. So anyway, the phone rings. Madonna answers it and says, "Hey, Levar, honey, the phone's for you." I said, "Who's that girl?" And the rest is history.
You're lying, Levar. You're lying through your tobacco-stained teeth.
If I'm lying, then what do you call this?
Yeah. It's a picture of you and Madonna sitting in a breakfast nook.
Yep.
Why, looky there. You got matching pajamas with little horses on them.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying at all. That's really her.
Yep. She'll always be my material girl.
Well, what happened? Why did you break up?
I dumped her.
Well, why in the heck did you do that?
Well, did I ever tell you about me and Tori Spelling?
All right, so let's award round 2 of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by, Gina, you've given up French fries for Lent, but you could have what I had, waffle fries.
No.
They're not French fries. And they were the frozen kind that we just put in the air fryer.
I don't think I could do that.
Oh,
I appreciate you trying to help me cheat.
You'll get onion rings, but not waffle fries.
And get your jive rocking with local band Lean Canteen and the longest-running pinup group in Utah, Dottie's Dames Pinups, at Gracie's on March 6th from 11 to 3 for the brunch and benefit for the rescue mission. Must be 21 years of age or older.
And the winner, with 156 votes, Ben Shapiro.
Good.
There you
Number
go.
3.
Good choice.
Just smoked the other 2.
All right. And there is your winner for round 2. It goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Going to be a good Boner Fight coming up at 9:20. We got a couple of very good contestants, and you'll vote for Boner of the Day at that time. All right, go ahead and hit that, Katie, would you?
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy. Gurky. Gurky. Radio from Hell on X96.
All right.
Yep. We've got him on the phone.
He's
Robert
been witnessing.
Gurky.
He's been witnessing all the crazy up there this week.
Yeah. Have you been up on the hill for any of the sessions?
I've been up a few times. I have found that it's sometimes easier for me to just listen remotely and make phone calls if I need to. But yeah, I've been up a few times. These last few days of the session are fast and furious. I was looking at it the other day, and they pass as many bills in the last week as they do in the first 5. So
Bob,
real fast.
Enjoy it while you can, because pretty soon they're not going to let you up there.
Yeah, they're kind of trying to. They're not too happy with us, I think. So they impose some restrictions that are going to keep us off the floor and make it harder for us to interview them. I think we'll still do our jobs, but I think it's unfortunate and petty and punitive. We'll still do our jobs.
And it seems unconstitutional to me, but that's another story.
That's an interesting question. Yeah, I didn't go to law school. I should have, because then I would be able to make all the money. But
will your employer, the Salt Lake Tribune, file suit against this law?
I don't know for sure, to be honest. I kind of doubt it. But there has been some discussions among all of the news outlets about how we combat this. And we thought that we could probably negotiate something and work it out, but they weren't interested in that. And so we'll see where it goes from there. Those are decisions that the higher ups get to make.
Now, I was reading a lot of your columns, and I'm looking over the headlines of some of the columns that you've done. I don't understand this whole, and is it worth going into the regulatory sandbox?
Yeah. Well, so the gist to that one is that, the legislature hates regulations, all sorts of regulations. They think they impede business. So they gave businesses a way to go ask for permission to get waivers from the regulations that these businesses think shouldn't apply to them. But they did it in such a way that, we don't know, we can't find out how many businesses are applying for these, who's applying for these, what the regulations are.
What's none of your damn business, Gurky? It's none of your business.
I guess that's one way to push it. But it feels to me that if these regulations are supposed to be protecting the public, serving the public, promoting the public interest, the public should have some sight into what's being done. So they are providing some transparency. The meetings of this commission that decides on whether to approve them or recommends whether to approve them or not will be public after a bill that passed last night. So that's some improvement, but I think there really needs to be more public input and more transparency to make sure that these things are working right. It's sort of a running theme this session. I mean, whether it's kicking reporters off the floor or prohibiting them from going in different places to how much of the process is going to be open.
Gurky, the legislature said they had some like $1 billion or some billions of dollars in the budget to work with. What are they doing with that?
I mean, there was a lot of money this session, and so they gave a tax cut, gave a lot of it back right at the beginning of the session. But some of it's still in flux, but they put quite a bit of money to the Great Salt Lake program, the restoration. They're giving some money, and it's still kind of yet to be determined how much is going to homelessness and affordable housing, which I think is a good way to spend it. They're spending $1 billion on infrastructure, roads, bridges, highways, broadband, that sort of stuff. So there's a lot of money to go around. One of the things that still hasn't been funded to the level it should be, in my mind, is the full-day kindergarten. They thought the advocates for that thought they had it lined up, and it's kind of fallen through a little bit. And so they're trying to scramble at the last minute to get money for full-day kindergarten because, it doesn't take a genius to know that kids that, go to full-day kindergarten have better outcomes. They end up ahead when they start first grade. And
yes.
It's an important program. So hopefully they come up with money for that. But, I mean, and I wanted to say, though, I mean, it's easy to badmouth the legislature, but I think one of the things that you guys might be happy to hear is that a lot of the more fringy, crazy stuff that, we've talked about in the past is not going to pass this session. I'm thinking of the bill to repeal mail-in balloting. There's, some of the CRT stuff. It got shot down. So, they deserve to get a little bit of credit.
What about the book banning? What about the book banning?
There's going to be there's a bill that says you can't have pornography in schools.
How dare the legislature do that?
Who's going to decide their pornography?
Yeah.
The co-sponsor is on that. It's Todd Weiler, of course. It's a public health crisis. So
yeah.
And they have to have some sort of panel or hearing available for parents, which we've talked about before. They've kind of already got that. So I'm not sure that there's going to be much change there, but it didn't go full right wing.
What about the transgender athlete
where's that?
thing?
Yeah.
What about that?
So I heard you guys talking about that one today. They've watered it down. Obviously, it's nowhere near what was proposed last year. They're not going to be taking these measurements, but they do want to find some metric that they can determine, whether people are competing on a level playing field. And so, it's come a long ways. I think the sponsor, her constituents, the ones who are super rabid about this issue, aren't happy about it. And I know, the folks from Equality Utah have been working hard to get it to something that they can be happy with, and I think they're getting closer. It's probably, as we've talked about before, not necessarily a problem that really needs to be addressed, but I think they're getting to a point where they're addressing it in a somewhat reasonable manner.
Anybody have any idea how many transgender kids there are in the school system, and how many of them play sports?
I don't. I think there were a couple examples given at the hearing. I think there were a couple of students from Southern Utah University who said they've competed, against a transgender athlete. But it's not widespread, and certainly not widespread at high school level.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Well, anyway, Robert, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bob.
I hope the legislature will chip in a a little money and get you a new phone.
Yeah, we need to have you move somewhere next time we talk to you.
Yeah, it was all bubbly.
Yeah.
You're gurgling.
Well, I'll come down and see you guys in person.
That works too. Coordinate that with Katie. We can make that happen. And follow Bob on Twitter. He's very informative and funny.
All right.
Thanks, Robert.
All right.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, that crash westbound 21st Street. This is up in West Haven, I-15 northbound. That's how far we have to go to find real issues. That earlier accident, 53rd South northbound I-15, looks like that's easing up a bit. A little bit of slowage to there, but not as bad as it was earlier. And that's about it. You should have a good commute out there. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We'll be back. We've got Boner Fight on the way to determine who is Boner of the Day. Stand by for that. Wendy's for breakfast, the hot honey chicken biscuit is available only during breakfast hours. And we're smack dab in the breakfast hours right now at participating U.S. Wendy's. So Here's what, now the hot honey chicken sandwich, you've probably seen commercials on TV or wherever for that, and it is everything that the commercials say it is. It is delicious. We got the hot honey sauce where they drizzle that over the signature spicy chicken filet. You can get that 3 different ways. Then they add the applewood smoked bacon, and then they add the pepper jack on top to it because you got to layer that stuff that gets all the flavor combinations happening, and then texture. And also flavor, very important. So they add the dill chips on top of that. The sweet, spicy, crispy, tangy, all together in a sandwich, delicious. But during breakfast hours, they serve all that on one of those biscuits, those warm buttermilk biscuits that Wendy's is famous for at their breakfast drive-thru. So on your way to court or wherever it is you're heading, hit the drive-thru at Wendy's.
X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized it's where you can see me grimacing.
Why so grimacing, Bill?
For 19 weeks, yeah.
Well, really, just today, just the last half hour or so, I never get headaches. I don't ever get a headache. It's something that never has been a problem with me. And I've got a headache. I don't.
Is it this big? Does it have Excedrin written all over it?
It's not huge, but because I never get a headache, it's like just almost unbearable. And yet I realize it's not very bad. But it's just like, oh my God.
How much water are you drinking?
Yeah, drinking enough water?
Probably not.
That's a big one. I've been getting headaches recently because I'm not drinking enough water.
Jeez.
That's
Carrie's
not bubbly water.
That's not Carrey. That's Dr. Nick.
I have a pill that will help you, Bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pills that would help me are downstairs.
Oh well, okay. Gina, what were you playing with? What did you have?
Well, just so school. It starts for Jonesy tomorrow. Actually,
Friday?
Yeah, well, it's orientation day, so
okay,
and it's for all intents.
That's where the orientation day is where they tell them which direction to face.
To orient yourself, right? Yeah. So it is upon us, and Muhammad starts next week, and I had ordered some of Muhammad's uniform from Land's End, and so I was getting it out of the box yesterday and getting ready to wash some of those clothes so they can be ready for Monday, and I'm pulling all the papers out of the box, and at the bottom of the box there's this card, and it says, I'm showing you at x96.com/live, it says a special gift for customers of Land's End, a $100 wine voucher.
Wow.
Delivery included, it says.
Well, you have to remember, Land's End is a land where grown-ups live. So.
That's what I was going to say. It's something called nakedwines.com, and I went there, and it's like a wine of the month club. You can buy cases of wine there, and I have to claim this within 30 days to get my $100 worth of wine.
Does it have states that are excluded on it?
Well, of course Utah's excluded.
Well, I think there might be a way you can do it.
No, there's no.
You sure?
You can't ship wine. You can't ship wine.
You can to the liquor store.
Yeah, how does that work now?
I think there might be a way you can have it shipped to the liquor store.
Because Pro Flowers did the same thing. They would send, thank you for your purchase, and here's, X amount of dollars at a wine store, and I could never use them. I'd send them to Drew in California, and he used them.
Well, I posted this on Twitter, so probably somebody has stolen my codes already. I would love to know if somebody got that and is getting their $100 worth of wine. But Land's End knows what parents need when they're getting ready for school this year, and I think $100 worth of wine is a great school supply to supply for parents.
You said it's upon us. I think you said Catholic school is upon us. Is that's a Catholic holiday I'm not familiar with? What is the Catholic
Saint
holiday of
Upon
upon us? Saint upon us. What is
the
that?
patron saint of quarantines is
Saint upon us.
Yeah. So what's here? It's happening. It's school. We're doing school.
Okay.
Now, I have never ordered a case of anything from the liquor store. Never done that. And Sue told me that I should order a couple of cases of those sparkling wines in the can that Jimmy had for us last week. And so I just went, can I do that online, or do I need to go down there? I've never done that before.
I don't know for sure, but I know you can do it.
Yeah. You probably need to go down there.
I think you have to go there.
And see,
or you might be able to online, because they could verify your they could verify your information online.
Yeah, this sounds like a question for Jimmy the wine guy next time we have him on.
Well, I can't wait that long, can I?
I need to drink now.
The weekend is coming, Gina.
And unfortunately, there's no other way to contact Jimmy other than just when he's on our show.
I know, right?
Yeah. Damnedest thing.
All right. Because on this day?
Yeah, in 1984, Nana started a 3-week run at #1 with that song.
That was one of her many hits.
No?
No.
Not.
Didn't she do 100 Blue Balloons after that?
No.
Not what she was German. We used to play the German version of that song occasionally, which I prefer.
The Luftballons?
Yeah, the original, you know.
99 Luftballons?
Yeah.
I like the Goldfinger version of it. And one of the things I like about the Goldfinger version of it is the name of the album that it comes on. That album from Goldfinger is called Darren's Coconut Ass.
Yes.
Which is a great album title.
It is?
Yes.
Why is that a great album title?
It's funny.
Darren's Coconut Ass?
Yeah.
I don't...
Isn't that better than the White Album? I mean...
Is that... But I mean, is there a joke there I'm missing?
If you saw the cover.
I haven't seen the cover. I don't think I have.
Someone with a coconut ass.
No, Blaine, it's not 99 Dead Baboons. Don't.
No.
That's...
No, you've gotten that wrong all these years.
Was that the only birthday that we had? Because, you know, somebody's got to save this morning show. I'm looking at the numbers, and they're down right now. So if we were
this minute... Well,
this
I have
very
a
second...
list.
We got birthdays, though.
Celebrity birthdays.
All right.
Okay, so...
Who's having...
Well...
Yeah.
He's 34 today. He's reality star / inmate Josh Duggar. Happy birthday, Josh Duggar. Also, star of Married with Children. He's 48 today. David Faustino. Happy birthday. David Faustino is...
Yeah. This will certainly raise up this morning show into the highest.
It's This American Life. He's 63 today. It's Ira Glass's birthday.
Sounds nothing like Ira Glass.
Can you sound like Ira Glass?
Yes, I can. Ira Glass. Today we're going to talk about cabbages, and we'll be talking about cabbages with Domino.
It's a high voice.
A high voice.
You're both.
Well, you're the better mimic. And I know you listen to This American Life.
You gotta
kind of a high voice.
It's a little high, but you gotta. The key to Ira Glass is flowing the sentence structure wrong. You know, he pauses where people shouldn't pause,
and then he runs words together.
Yeah,
he sort of blah, 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 blah.
Good afternoon, I'm Ira Glass. On This American Life, where we are, you know.
That's right.
Today.
Where we are today, pause, examining turquoise in the Ukraine, you know, or whatever it is.
Have you ever listened to the podcast that the New York Times does, Michael Barbaro and The Daily?
Do you want to hear my impression of Michael Barbaro?
I just want to. Let me do mine and we'll each do them. This is what I heard him do the other day. We'll have that story coming up in a minute on The Daily.
He's another one who doesn't know where to pause. Here's my Michael Barbaro impression. You ready?
Yeah, he does that. You're right. He does that.
That's it.
Speaking of podcasts, Sam Elliott I think he's in a little trouble.
Is he catching some ass for what he said?
Yeah.
With whom is he in trouble?
Well, I mean, he's just catching flack from people about the comments he made about Power of the Dog. They sound homophobic.
Well, they did seem a little.
Well, I listened to it. And
okay. I haven't listened to it yet. So.
I happened to be listening to that interview. And I didn't think it was homophobic. I think he just didn't understand what the movie was about. He didn't realize it was about, toxic masculinity and, suppressed sexual feelings.
Mm-hmm.
I think he just thought it was a movie about that they wanted to make fun of cowboys who were gay.
They weren't making fun, no.
No. But he's,
I've got the real problem I've got with what he said is this director's brilliant, but what does she know about the West? And I'm like, really? Is that
or
a
why
qualifier?
Was this filmed in New Zealand?
Yeah, he did say that.
We're telling a story. It doesn't matter if you know about the West. You know.
Here's his exact quote. What the F does this woman from down there know about the American West? Why the F did she shoot this movie in New Zealand and call it Montana and say, this is the way it was? That effing rubbed me the wrong way.
Excuse me, sir, though. If you look at a list of the greatest Westerns of all time, most of them were made in Italy, right?
Yeah. Spaghetti Western. You heard of those?
He said, let's see what he says. These people in this movie, they're all running around in chaps with no shirts on. I mean, that's all these allusions to homosexuality throughout the whole effing movie.
Exactly.
Well, and Mark Maron did say, well, that's what the movie's about.
That's kind of the point, sir.
Yeah. I think he just was sort of clueless.
He was in grumpy old man mode.
Yeah, that's more what it was.
He was very entertaining and interesting. Other than that segment, it was just like, but he does use the F word pretty much every sentence he says.
Well, that's what cowboys do. That's how you know he's a real cowboy.
He was very upset about the hat that he was given to wear in
the hat?
To wear in 1883, the show he's on now.
What's wrong with the hat?
And he's great in this show, 1883. Well, what he said about it was, you play a cowboy, which I've done a lot. He says you have to have the right hat.
Mm-hmm.
And so when Taylor Sheridan said we're going to be in 1883, and I said, well, okay, but I have to get a hat. I have to get the right hat for the character. And he kept saying, don't worry about it. We'll make sure you get a hat when you get down here to Texas. And I said, but I'd like to get a hat from this person that I know no, we'll get you the hat when you get here. And I got there and they gave me this hat, just a piece of ass. It doesn't fit right.
You don't want to be all hat and no cattle. You don't want to be that.
The hat he wears looks fine. I just watched an episode of that last night. It's a beat-up old cowboy hat on a beat-up old cowboy.
It's not comfortable. He wanted comfortable.
When I played Gravedigger in the Ghost Rider movies, I objected because the director had no direct knowledge of demonic possession. He had not been demonically possessed, and so therefore I protested, and we got a new director.
He is so authentic in this 1883, though. You go, that guy is really a cowboy who lived in 1883 and, shot bad guys and rode a horse and, It's kind of a stupid show in certain ways, but you get hooked on something.
I'm waiting till I get more through Yellowstone before I watch.
It really has nothing to do with Yellowstone, even though it's billed as a prequel. At least at this point, it doesn't.
Surely there are references that make
other
more sense.
Other than the name of the family is the Duttons.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And they're crossing the plains. And they're going to Oregon is where they're headed.
Oregon.
So I'm guessing that they'll end up in Montana accidentally.
They'll get stuck in Montana?
Because that's where Yellowstone is set.
Underneath the big Montana skies. Got to have the right hat. All right. We'll take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight in the next break. You will determine Boner of the Day coming up. Stand by for that. ranlife.com/X96.
It's Ranlife's. No, I won't do that. It's it's Ranlife's 20th anniversary. 20 years of making mortgage loans here in the Valley and helping the housing market grow. And Ranlife has been associated with X96 and Radio from Hell for a long time. And I've done 2 mortgage refinances with Ranlife, and it's always been a great experience. But as an X96 listener, if you visit ranlife.com/X96, fill out a little application for a purchase or a refinance. Now, it's not going to obligate you to do that. It just fill out the application, you will automatically be given Ran Life's Customer for Life discount. That means that you can save money on closing costs and other things. So check it out. If you're in the market right now for a mortgage or a refinance, ranlife.com/X96.
You're listening to All Things Considered Dull and Pretentious on NPR. I'm your host, the Lyman Pettigrew. You may refer to me as Lyman Pettigrew. Our next program is funded by a grant from the Lyman Pettigrew Foundation. Every Thursday, we like to take a look at children's book reviewer, Mongo. We call it Children's Book Review with Mongo. Today, Mongo will be reviewing the timeless classic Runaway Bunny by Margaret Wise Brown, illustrated by Clement Hurd.
Mongo, Runaway Bunny.
Is that all, Mongo?
No, much more. Runaway Bunny bad. Make Mama Bunny chase after him. Bad Bunny. If Mongo run away from Mama, Mama bonk Mongo on the head. Bad Mongo. Bonk bonk. Mongo also hate Runaway Bunny because no color pictures on pages. Mongo like pretty pictures. Mongo hate words.
This has been Children's Book...
Wait, Mongo not finished. Bad character development in Runaway Bunny. Mongo not care when Bunny run away. What motivate Bunny? What compelling reason to turn page? Plus, Mongo thinks something kinky going on with Margaret Wise Brown and Clement Hurd. Bad book. Very bad.
Now this has been Children's Book Review with Mongo. Coming up next, we look at the explosion of goat cheese making in America's heartland, and later on we take a very, very quiet look at the exciting NBA playoffs on All Things Dull and Pretentious on NPR. But first, this news from parts of the world you've never heard of.
$9.18 right now. So we're doing good.
Yeah, we're moving along. Moving
everyone
right
okay?
along. Yeah. If we have chance now, you've poo-pooed and not allowed me to do my list of 20 simple sauces that will improve any meal. But maybe I've got another list that maybe would appeal to you. If I can't do that one, how about 11 cabbage recipes that showcase the range the cabbage has?
Well, it does have range.
Cabbage has range?
11 cabbage recipes that it can be versatile in 11 recipes, Gina. 11 recipes.
You can do all kinds of things with cabbage.
Yeah.
And for me, if I'm having a fish taco, it's got to be raw, thinly shredded cabbage.
It's an exciting
crunchier
list.
than lettuce.
Yes, it is. It's
Texture.
an exciting list.
Well, I don't know.
I might
thought
make
we were
one of the
gonna
recipes tonight.
I thought we were going to do like boner voting and all that here.
Yeah,
So,
we are.
well, go ahead. Hit us a sponsor then.
Locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and powersport dealerships. Check out their variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
Yeah, so we'll have the boner fight coming up here in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But Kim Kardashian has been granted single status by the court.
Now, what does that mean?
So this means that because she desperately wants to be divorced,
Yeah.
but when you have the kind of money and assets that they have,
Both of them.
divorce takes a long time to work through all. So this is just, okay, you're single. We're going to work through all the money stuff until you're
okay.
officially divorced.
Gee, I didn't know you could do that. Wow.
Yeah, that's what'll happen, of course, with in my marriage. If we get divorced, I'll have to be declared single because my wife will take all of the money and leave me alone. Kim was on a video call Wednesday's court hearing. Kanye was absent. Kanye's lawyers didn't object to restoring her single status, although his lawyer said 3 conditions. Number 1, any right to get reimbursement of money that's supposed to be divided up will be preserved in case either of them dies. Okay. Number 2, the judge rejected these 2 other conditions, that Kim would not transfer any assets she had in trust, and if Kim remarries, she would waive the marital privilege. That privilege means a new spouse would not have to testify about anything, communication that he had with her.
That's weird.
The judge said
That's
no to that.
Yeah.
And, so these people live differently than we do,
Yeah.
I've noticed.
They were not born like you or I.
Oscar Grammy-winning songwriter Randy Newman has postponed his European tour because he has a broken neck. Recently, I noticed I was shrinking, he said in a statement. People over
and he
whom
knows that short people ain't got no reason.
People over whom I had towered now towered over me. Could this be payback for having written short people? Turns out my neck was broken, he said. They operated on me successfully, I think, for even now I look less like an anteater and more like a folk rock artist from the early 60s. But the doctor said I'm not ready to tour. I was really looking forward to it.
About a man and a woman gone off to California.
Tell if his songs are parodies or not.
Some of
There's
them
lots
are.
of parodies are written.
Some of them are. Some of them are beautiful. He wrote those beautiful songs for that Toy Story movie.
This song is one of my favorites because it takes he takes this turn just dramatically to this couple moving to California. He gets a job at a car wash. She gets a job, and they have kids. Anyway, she dies. That's the that's one of the names. Build up. Anyway, she dies. Blah blah blah.
He wrote a song called "The Beehive State" about Utah, and there's a great line. There's a great line in it where it's a senator, and they're in the Senate, and he's trying to get recognized, and says, "Well, we see the delegate from Utah there, our friendly beehive state. How can we help you, Utah? How can we make you great?" And the delegate from Utah says, "Well, we've got to irrigate our deserts. We've got to make our deserts grow. And we've got to tell everyone about Utah because nobody seems to know."
Gotta cancel my tour because I started shrinking.
He's some of his early stuff I really love.
See, here we go. Listen.
Just a regular checkup. Oh no. Plus she thinks she might be pregnant. Anyway, she dies.
There you go. Just right off.
And anyway, she
moves down to Los
Former prosecutors who worked at the Utah County Attorney's Office under elected County Attorney David Levitt have issued a public declaration of no confidence for Mr. Levitt. They issued that declaration in a formal letter sent to 2 News Investigates. Comes shortly after another letter of no confidence from the Utah County Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 31.
Is this all about the death penalty stuff, or?
Before taking office, Utah County Attorney asked a deputy not to impound the car of a former employee. In the letter, the former criminal prosecutors said that their collective experience totals 111 years. They say they left the office prematurely as a result of Mr. Levitt's prosecution policies and procedures. They don't believe he's ethical. We declare that Mr. Levitt has vacated his responsibilities to provide you safety and protection in your person and property by failing to enforce criminal laws against offenders and by prioritizing the protection of criminals from the lawful consequences of their misconduct. There have been allegations that he has done favors for people, gotten them off or declined to prosecute them because they were friends of the family and that sort of thing. It also talks about the disbanding of the Special Victims Unit that they had as one of the reasons, and screening policies they claim has resulted in a backlog of 1,000 criminal cases. So there you go. There was a moose. What is it with these mooses lately?
Well, they're on the loose.
So there was one moose that was rescued from I-80 in Parley's Canyon. And now a moose has had to be relocated. The moose was found near a local school, and that's against the law for mooses to be within 300 feet of schools.
And as we discussed with the last moose, they're looking for muffins. That's
the Division of Wildlife Resources said that it was a busy day for moose calls.
A busy day for moose calls.
Yes. That sounds like a kid's book, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a busy day for moose calls. Yes. Rocky and Bullwinkle. Let's see. This is interesting. The Intermountain Forensics, a nonprofit DNA forensics lab in Utah, has been chosen to identify the remains of 14 possible victims of the Tulsa Massacre of 1921. Black Wall Street.
Yeah.
That destroyed the lives and the black community known as Black Wall Street. We need to find out who these people are and bring this to light in a country that doesn't know a lot about the Tulsa Race Massacre, said lab director Danny Helwig. On March 1st, the lab was chosen to do the DNA analysis by the 1921 Graves Oversight Committee, which has been...
For those folks who think that critical race theory is being taught in school, here's just one example of how it's not being taught in school. An HBO miniseries based on a comic book had to tell you about Black Wall Street. You didn't learn it in school. My wife didn't learn it going to school in Oklahoma.
And an unused ticket to Michael Jordan's very first basketball game. So the guy he didn't use the ticket, and then he hung on to it, as sold at auction for $468,000.
Wow.
Number one, why would you keep a ticket? Because you didn't know Michael Jordan was a thing.
Well,
so why would you keep that ticket?
You just put it away, you think, and then like a couple of years later you go, hey, I bet I've got that ticket. That was his first game. It's not. It wasn't purposeful. I'm sure.
I must just get rid of stuff more than a lot of people.
Yes, you do.
If you'd like, I could step over here to the time closet and we could go through it.
The guy says, Gina, he bought 2 tickets, but the guy who was going to go to the game with him couldn't go.
Yeah, but why would you still have it? I could see hanging on to it if you were like, oh, this is going to be worth something someday, but you have no idea.
Okay. The guy said, quote, I never held on to these items thinking one day they were going to be worth a lot of money.
See?
I held on to them because they're memories of good experiences and times spent with my family and friends. And as we get older, as in my case, it's often enjoyable to think of those times from the past. So those are the things that you never think of.
I
the
still
good times
have-
with your family.
I still have my ticket from Britney Spears' concert at the Delta Center in 2000.
Why would you hang on to that?
Because I hang on to all my tickets, all of my festival wristbands
Call
and stuff.
1-800-GOT-JUNK and give them that ticket now.
All of my
and
festival
tell them
wristbands
Gina sent you.
I have made into a somewhat of like a dream catcher, so I can have all of them in a memory.
What's that, Jerry?
You see this?
What is it?
This, and I'd have to look closely to find a date on it. It's just a plastic yellow Pluto dog. This was the first souvenir that I got at Disneyland ever. And I was probably 8 or 9.
And you have it. Not only do you have it handy. It's
Right
right
here.
there that you could.
Right here.
You didn't know we were going to talk about this.
I did not
You
know.
just have
Nope.
it right there.
And I'll look closely to see if there's a date on it, because I'm sure there's a manufacturing date, but I can't right now.
So
Because I
Gina,
need
Gina just throws away memories.
You are. You're throwing away memories.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
I don't know if you can see that.
No, I can't see you. We can't see anything.
You've disappeared.
Oh, yeah, that's
There you go. You're the invisible man.
Oh, I'll show it to you later.
Okay.
Yeah, the boner fight. Here we go. Number 1 was Ronnie, you are a bully. Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, just cursing out these kids, just chewing them out because they were wearing masks. He was at a college, talk about a grant that was going to the college, a state grant, and the kids were just kind of props in a way, as young college students standing in the back while DeSantis was going to make his announcement. They were all wearing masks because of COVID, and take those off. You don't have to wear those. He was just being a bully. Going up against number 2, thoughts from a so-called conservative intellectual, Ben Shapiro, who said this, and it doesn't matter in what context he said it. Joe Biden is the Kurt Cobain of politics. He put a shotgun in the mouth of the American body politic, and then he pulled the trigger, and the brains are on the wall. That's your big thinker in the conservative field.
You've got to decide of these 2 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day for today. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. That's the easiest way. Computer counts it for us. Cool. Accurate. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. It's nice to reach out and speak to a human. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight March 3, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box, more than likely you will have to refresh your internet browser to see that box, click, and vote. So there you go. Have until the end of these messages. Let's go. It's Boner of the Day.
Organ. Spell it with me now. O-R-G-A-N. And now we'll use it in some dialogue. Here they are then, our 2 Utah men, Elder Legrand R. Dunn Jr. and his disreputable friend, Levar. Again, the word is organ.
Thanks for joining me here to the hospital and keeping me company, LeVar. Brother Jensen from my ward is having his prostate tuned up, and we're taking turns waiting at the hospital for word. He hasn't got any kin or nothing, so the elders' quorum is helping out.
Least I can do, Legrand. You've always been a good friend to me, so I thought I could just keep you from getting bored. Hospitals give me the willies, though.
Ooh, yeah, not the best place to be spending the day, but Elder Jensen needs our support. I always give blood, too, just as long as I'm here.
They don't let me donate blood, you know, because of that unfortunate dose of hepatitis I had a few years back.
I remember. You were as yellow as a lemon for about a month.
That's right.
Looked like one of them Simpsons cartoon characters.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hand me that People magazine there, would you?
This one here with Mickey Mantle on the cover?
Yeah.
Too bad about the Mick
Yeah.
kicking off like that right after a liver transplant.
Well, he abused himself, Levar. Smoking and drinking. You should take a listen.
You know, my cousin up in Portland had to get a transplant. He's doing fine. That was a couple of years ago.
Oh, I didn't know you had kin up to Portland in the Northwest there.
Oh, yeah. My entire family comes from Oregon. We got started in Eugene, Oregon, but then moved to Portland, Oregon when I was just a shaver.
Well, how come you moved to Portland? Your dad get a better job?
Nah, we moved to be closer to Mom after she was committed to the Oregon State Mental Hospital just outside of Portland. Turned out okay, though, because the welfare office in Portland was open on Saturday.
By the way, Levar, what kind of transplant did your cousin get up there in Oregon?
Hair plugs, got himself a hair transplant.
Well, that's real serious surgery.
Hey, now don't you go making light of that. Them things can get infected. All right, it is 9:37. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by a
Totally
hot turkey.
by.
Totally by a hot turkey sandwich and some waffle fries.
Mm.
It was Ben Shapiro, the so-called conservative intellectual.
Mm-hmm.
The winner, by just a very few votes, was number one, Ron DeSantis.
Yep, thought it might be, because, well, yep, everybody saw that on Twitter yesterday. And there you go. There's your Boner of the Day for today, March 3rd, 2022, now qualified to be Boner of the Week, decided tomorrow by Dave the Flower Guy.
Okay, Carrey was showing some memorabilia. You would have thrown this out, Gina.
What's that?
This is 3 shares in the Walt Disney Company.
Mm.
That was for my youngest child. I don't know if you can see it very well, but 3 shares. Here are the dividends that it's paid. 2 checks for $2.13.
Wow.
From the
How
Walt
did you
Disney
cash
Company.
those?
Yeah, and those are dated, let's see, 2016. But here, this is the oldest piece of memorabilia I have in this stack. This is my divorce decree.
There you go.
Right.
You'd want that.
So when I got
You'd wanna keep
divorced
that.
from my, I don't know why I've hung on to this all this time, but it's Certificate of Divorce, Dissolution of Marriage, and Annulment. So there you go. Should I throw that away?
I don't think you need it anymore. How
Well,
long
I
have you been married to your current wife?
24 years or something like that. Longer than I was married to my first wife.
Well, now someone in the guy in the chat room is saying that you've got $145 a share there with your Disney.
Well, I think they're a different kind of share, though.
Is it?
I think. I don't know. I'll have to check. It's in the name of my youngest child, and I've just sort of hung on to this because I think it looks cool and probably should frame it for the...
So you've been going through a lot of stuff, not just... I thought you were just going through station stuff for our 30th anniversary, but you've been going through...
Oh, lots of stuff turning up that scares me. Did you find something?
Scares you?
Yes.
It's not memorabilia, but when we were talking about the trans sports bill that the legislature's debating, this picture that I sent Katie, and I think we'll put it up at x96.com/live, this is what came to mind to me when we were talking about that. Now, this is a picture that I took my most recent trip with Mohammed to his soccer tournament in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you can see it at x96.com/live, but I will explain it to you if you can't see it. So it's a picture at a game of Mohammed and two people that he is on a soccer team with.
Okay.
One of them's huge.
Well, yeah, this is my point. One of those kids, so Mohammed, bless his heart, he's tiny. He's little. We've taken him to the doctor. The doctor said, no, we have, because he's very small for his age. And the endocrinologist has done tests and things, and he's about 18 months behind where he should be.
That
for
other
his
kid
age
is
of
about
14.
his size, though.
And he is about his size also. They are standing next to another member of their soccer team who is the same age as they are.
That kid should have been taken to the endocrinologist. He's a giant.
And you know, he's probably 2 feet taller than them. And that kid is not an anomaly on their team. There are many kids on their team that are that big.
Any transgender kids?
No, but my point is, they are on the same team, and at that soccer tournament, they are playing against kids who are technically the same. You're in the same league. You're in the same, and they are twice as big as they are.
And you're making that, comparison because of the transgender issue, right?
Yeah. It's not equal. It's never equal.
No,
it's never like we're all the same age and we're all the same size and we're all the same strength and we all have the same
get
skills.
a medal. We all get a medal, don't we?
No.
No.
So this trying to say, you know, because when we were talking about it, and I was saying, you know, all kids aren't going to get a soccer scholarship to college. So if it's not that, and you're just worried about things being competitive,
it's not.
It's not just about your gender, or it's there's all kinds of factors that go into it.
And that is mostly their argument, that it's unfair competition.
Should I put Mohammed on a soccer team, a different soccer team where they're all the same size?
He should be on a soccer team of babies, little infants.
And as Very Important Sports continues to point out, if you want to make sure that your kid has a better chance at a scholarship, it should be tennis or golf.
Yeah. You're not going to get a soccer scholarship.
Yeah. Or volleyball. Yeah. All right. We will take a break. We will be back crawling towards the exits after these. Wendy's for breakfast. Participating U.S. Wendy's, the Hot Honey Chicken Biscuit is available during breakfast hours. Yes, the guy on the radio said biscuit instead of sandwich. I know you've seen the TV ads and, you know, on your computer and such for the hot honey chicken sandwich, which is a delicious thing. You with the hot honey sauce, and you get the chicken fillet on there that's nice and tender and delicious. Then they add this applewood smoked bacon, and then the melty pepper jack, and then the best part, the tangy, crunchy dill chips. So you get all those combinations going. But for breakfast, it's served on one of these warm buttermilk biscuits that Wendy's is famous for. So with the Wendy's crispy chicken breakfast chicken fillet and warm buttermilk biscuit, you get all of those flavors, all of those textures on one of those hot buttermilk biscuits for breakfast. Yeah, go get the sandwich for lunch, but you should hit the drive-thru here real quick. before it's too late, the hot honey chicken biscuit is available during breakfast hours right now. Wendy's.
Stick. Spell it with me now. S-T-I-C-K. And now we'll use it in some dialogue between our two Utah friends, Elder Legrand Dunn Jr. and his wayward friend Levar. The boys have gone to a local building supply store for plumbing fixtures. Let's listen as a conversation ensues. Again, the word is stick.
I think you're going to need a few different things to fix up your problem, Levar. Just a tube of caulk ain't going to do the trick.
Well, I'll take your best advice on this, John. Here.
Well, first off, you're going to need a wax seal, and then you're going to need to replace that float ball thingy. And then caulking around the base should finish you up.
Well, I guess they should have all that stuff here to Chris and Dick.
Should have. Them two guys know how to stock hardware.
Oh, you know them?
Oh, yeah, sure. They're around here all the time. Oh, look. There's one of them now.
Well, who is it? It's Chris?
No, Stick.
The guy with the beard, Stick?
No, the guy in the Oshkosh overhaul, Stick. The guy with the beard ain't nobody.
Hey, Legrand, look.
What?
Looky, celebrity shop here to Chris and Dick's. Look over there, KSL people. Stick Norris.
It's not him. Oh, but it's Stick's co-worker, KSL people, Bruce Lindsay.
Yeah, Bruce Lindsay. Hey, how come he has a different last name than his dad? Why ain't his last name Norse like his old man's?
I don't know how you decide what to keep, though, and what to throw away when it comes to memorabilia and stuff like that. I have too much stuff in a way. I mean, but so like I have this, and it's just, this is a program for The Last Ship, and it's autographed by Sting.
You hang on to that. It's
but why?
By Sting.
You know, I just don't know why I should hang on to it.
That's a hang on to thing.
Well, but then I die. What? my family goes, what the hell is that? I don't know, the throwaway.
Okay. You don't want to know the process that I go through?
Yeah, I do, because you sort of, you're a museum curator, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You would be good curating a museum.
Now here's now get that Sting autograph out.
Okay.
Okay. And when you hold it in your hands, does it evoke any fond memory or something?
No, not too much.
Okay, then you need to get rid of it, and you should just sell it on eBay.
Someone would want that.
Would somebody want that?
Sure. There'd be a Sting fan.
Really?
Yeah. Because it's not made out to you. It's just Sting's autograph. Because usually if the celebrity makes it out to a person, then that lowers the value. This is just,
He does a stupid smiley face in his signature.
Yes, it's terrible.
It's really dumb.
Now, what I did when I went through my toy collection, when I lived in Draper to move here, because this is a smaller house, I went through all of my toy collection. I had a room. Oh, it was huge room full of toys. And so I just went through all the stuff, and you hold on to it, and you look at it, and you go, does this evoke any wonderful memory? So I would keep things that are worth nothing because they evoke a memory.
But they mean something to you.
Yeah,
it's
but they
not
mean
that they're
something
just
to me.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, the rest of that stuff, I got rid of. So, like right now, here's the thing. I forgot that I had this toy. This is a Shogun Warriors toy from Mattel from the 80s. And I forgot I had this. And then I went through my stuff and I went, oh, I forgot about this one. I went through a brief period of liking the Shogun Warriors toys from Japan. And so I thought, well, what the hell? I'll take a look, see what this is worth online. It's worth quite a bit. So I'm like, yeah, I have a fond memory of this, but you know what? I can let it go.
For $200, I can let it go.
So I'll be throwing that up on my eBay thing soon.
Now, I've got stuff like this.
Well, one of your kids made that.
Yeah, one of my kids made this.
Yeah, so that's...
but it's ugly.
It's the Ukrainian flag colors, Bill.
Oh, see, there you go.
It is kind of, yeah. But,
so
but
keep
that's
it...
not what it was intended to be.
Keep it for the next year or so.
It's got my...
You gotta keep stuff your
It's got
kids
my kid's
made.
initial on the bottom of it. But I've got like
that.
3 or 4 different things like this.
No, you keep things your kids made.
All right. I know. I feel like, yeah. See, I just don't know what to throw away. That's
now. Here's something I've done when my kids were littler, and they would bring home papers from school every day, and you don't keep all their papers. But if they had a cute picture they did or something funny they wrote on a homework assignment, I would take a picture of it.
Oh, yeah.
So I have it.
And then you'll throw the pictures away later on.
So you don't have the pile of papers like my mother had.
I mean, I kept some of them, but you can't keep everything. But if there's something you're like, well, that was kind of funny, that'll be fun to look at someday, you take a picture of it.
You can keep everything. My mother proved you wrong. She kept all that stuff. We had to go through it all. Everything. I mean, even pop quizzes that I'd bring home. There it goes. Put it in the file. Well, let's see. That file's full. Let's create another file.
I found another Walt Disney dividend check.
Oh, good.
For another one for $2.13 right there, made out to my youngest child.
Well, have them cash. Don't they have a bank account?
These are. I don't believe these would be. They wouldn't be honored any longer. Checks have the tendency to. If you keep them too long, they go, no,
that's
we're
what
not
Disney's
paying that.
counting on. They'll never cash these.
Yeah, that's how they're getting rich.
Yeah, this $6.50 worth of checks that's going to be, that makes or breaks the Disney Corporation.
We built that fancy Star Wars hotel with all that dividend money.
We're gonna open up a brand new park, and we're gonna name it Lazy Stockholder Check Park.
And then you know what's in this this envelope, Carrie?
What's that?
This is a picture of you and me.
Oh, not that one, right?
No, it isn't.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, which one is it?
It's the riverboat picture. I already showed you that.
Oh, yes.
But I do have the photo that should never be seen. I thought I had destroyed it.
You better get on that.
But I still have it. Should I destroy it?
I mean, yes, really, flame is the only way to do it, because as we've learned, if you got a shredder, that stuff can be put back together, all right?
But let me tell you this, that in that picture, we're both way younger.
Yeah.
We're both rather good-looking young men. But the way we're dressed,
it don't matter. It don't matter.
Just, I'm wearing a Levi jacket with no shirt on, and a pink knit tie.
I encourage you. I beg you to mail that to Mar-a-Lago so that he can chew it up and stuff it down his toilet.
It is. It's pretty bad.
Oh no, more than $5, guy. It's going to cost you more than $5. That might be an NFT. Is what we got here.
There you go. It'll be Radio from Hell's first NFT. There you go.
Yeah.
I did make some money with that picture for charity. Remember?
Because you just showed it to somebody.
I showed it to someone, and I think it was quite a bit of $500.
I don't know.
I can't remember how much it was.
So yeah, don't get rid of it. It could get money for charity.
Maybe an NFT, yeah.
Okay.
But there should be some protections involved of the storage until we decide what to do with it. I think it needs to be stored somewhere that only you have access to.
Safe deposit box.
And if you get thrown in jail or die or something like that, then that box is closed forever.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Well, right now it's in with all of this other junk, all of these other papers, so even I couldn't find it right now. The dog says get rid of it too.
Yes, the dog wants to get rid of it.
Maybe the cougar's in your backyard, Carrie.
Oh, that cougar's getting closer every time. Hush. Hey, dummy, come here. Come here. Say hi to everybody. All right, you're fine. Okay. Should we do the promo and crawl towards the exits here? I'd love to do the promo, but now everyone's upset. Well, he was barking at something. Surely there's something there. Ripley, over here. Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7 a.m., Victoria will be with us with the Real Housewives of Salt Lake update and another drinking game.
Sorry. You're going to have to edit this one, Katie.
No, leave it in.
Hush.
Just keep going.
Then Senator Derek Kitchen joins us at 7:45 to give us the final update of the Utah legislative session.
Plus, we'll have another Drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy at 8 a.m. celebrating non-alcoholic beverages for Lent.
So, Katie, don't you dare edit this. We're going to finish out the week. Do it with us on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
You had to say the word cougar, didn't you? You had to. They went on it. They got on edge. They got on edge.
Yeah.
I told them. I said, "There's
the
big
power of suggestion."
There's you think that cat across the street is bad? Wait till I tell you about. Oh, Father. Oh. All right. I think we're good, right?
Yeah.
We got all business taken care of.
Looks like it.
Looking to see if we've covered every topic. Oh.
What?
Officials at the Grevin Museum removed the wax Putin statue this week.
Well,
vandalizing it?
Oh, I don't know.
No, it's punishment.
I guess.
We're taking your wax sculpture out of our museum.
Right. Okay. See, you had.
I'm sorry.
There's something going on there.
And they're just barking at the sky. They're convinced that something is out there now. I don't. Anyway, all right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am? It's hilarious.
Gina?
Onion rings are the methadone of French fries.
Corey is next.